We are live?
Yes, I'm just showing the program page.
Well, before we start, we can introduce you again.
So I'm going to this camera in 3, 2, yeah.
You can start.
You can start. Welcome to our second day of our orientation. Yesterday we had a wonderful time, and we want to commend you for having sacrificed. I'm sure you benefited in a way. This is a preparation for you as you start your lessons. But before you start, you have to know something about the institution. And this is what we are doing. If you're a Christian, you remember what God did to Christ Jesus. He asked him whether he can come down to earth and die for mankind. He was prepared. He was told you would die. He says, I'll manage that. So, equally you have to be taught, you need to work extra hard for you to get the best out of your studies. So you can also conquer, just like Christ Jesus conquered the world. In fact, he's our model, and he did what he came for. So even you, parents, are highly expecting that you achieve the degree that they are paying for, and that's what you should bear in mind. So I'm sure you are fine. Say you are a rare, powerful student to yourself. How have you felt being a member of a big family, rare university? By virtue of you being with that acceptance letter and having paid almost all the fees, you are now a big member of the rare university. So welcome once again to this university. We look forward to your achieving the degree with better results. So remember yesterday we had the presentation from the lecturer. He encouraged you, the senior lecturer, that whatever background status, you can attain your degree. On academics, we said you have two components as a student: the coursework, course assessment, which comprises of the assignments and tests. In most cases, they will say 2 tests, 1 assignment, or 2 assignments, 1 test. But it will vary depending on the lecture. So, for you, you have those aspects of your academics. So once you are given the assignments, please do that one. They give deadlines, maybe 2 weeks. They will give you on 15th September, you have to hand in the assignment. If you don't hand in the assignment, some lecturers, they will say they won't mark, or they will deduct 10% because of your late submission. So all aspects of academic work should be taken seriously. We also looked at the ICT training. I'm sure we looked at a number of platforms. One of them was the Moodle, the WhatsApp, the Zoom, the Telegram. So those are the things that we are going to use. And we are happy that if you are paid up on Zoom, you can even acquire free bundles. So what a privilege it is. Then we had the library orientation, and then we had On the library orientation, we are encouraged that the online materials, you'll be able to access the online materials. And then we had the presentation from the bursar's office, and we were encouraged that we need to be prudent with the finances. Money is difficult to come, so once you are given, don't misuse it because it might affect your studies.
It's good.
It's
It's fine.
So we are encouraged in that way that your fees you can pay at the beginning 50%, or if you have all the money, you can pay 100%. If you pay within the same month, you don't incur a surcharge. But if you go into installment, there will be that surcharge of 200 kwacha. So the choice is yours. You can encourage our sponsors to pay in full at once. So today, we want to start again with the ICT training. Thereafter, we have the anti-drug alcohol abuse presentation. The powerful lady, Madam Victoria Chama, she is more than ready to talk to us. I'm sure you are ready to follow with keen interest. Like we said, she was one of the students here, and she did exceptionally well that she got a distinction in her studies. That was computer science, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
So Mulungushi University impressed that no, this is our daughter, and so they took her on as a staff development fellow. Thereafter, she got a scholarship and she went to study. So we have a motivation already in ourselves. We can see how Mulungushi University, the rare university, loves its children. So why don't you promise yourself, be determined that you also could get the best results, merit or distinction. So why can't you commit with that effort? If others have done it, you can also achieve equally. And we look forward to having you become part of the university, member as a lecturer, or any other staff member in various departments. So let's welcome Madam Victoria Chama as she presents the second training, ICT training. Madam.
Thank you so much, sir. Today we are going to look at Microsoft Word Basics. So we shall go through a recap on what we discussed yesterday first, and then I'll answer a few questions. If there are still some uncertainty with how to go about Moodle, Zoom, or the timetable, then I'll take you through Word today, and then tomorrow we shall look at ICT tools and internet resources. Can you share the screen, please? All right. So today our main focus is Microsoft Word Basics, but we shall answer a few questions that were raised yesterday. So for the first year students that are coming as either pre-med students, engineering students, or computer science and IT, or are taking any program that is agri-related except agri-business, you are all expected to take the foundation courses. And there was an issue of separation in groups. So I was advised that students are now being divided according to alphabetical order using their surnames. So the way the demarcations are as follows. Group A, anyone that has a surname from A to L will be considered as Group A. For Group B, Surnames starting with O to M will be considered group B, and then finally group C will be surnames P to Z. This means that when looking at your timetable, you are going to look for the entry that says group A lectures / foundational sciences, or group B lectures foundational sciences, or group C lectures foundational sciences on the timetable. So I'll quickly go to the timetable to demonstrate how you go about this. Remember, you always start with the ME website to get access to the timetable. So under the students menu, you have full-time class timetable. Main is how you access the university timetable. And then under program, which is this green menu, you are then going to look for an option that says group A lectures foundational sciences, or you scroll down further and you find group B lectures foundational sciences, or further down is where you find group C foundational sciences. So if I click on C and then click the submit button, I'll be able to see all the courses and the dates and time when group C members will be having their lectures. And remember, group C are those that have surnames from P to Z. Group B have surnames M to O, and then group A will have surnames A to L. So in the group chat, can you kindly verify which group you are in, either by saying A, B, or C, or group A, B, and C? All right, so it now means people are now aware of their groups. So now that you know what your groups are, you can easily use the timetable to now export your personal timetable onto your PCs or laptops. Now, I was further advised by the science department to say that in addition to these groups that you have been demarcated into, all the social media links for joining will be found on Moodle. So if you are in group A, you have to ensure that you have paid the minimum balance, you have done the course registration, your accounts have been posted, your courses have been approved, and you can access Moodle. On Moodle, that's where you find the Telegram group link to join. So in order to access the Telegram group for the NS students, ensure that you have gone through registration. So again, the natural sciences are those people who registered for pre-med, those that are taking any engineering courses, whether it's civil or electronics, anyone doing any course or program except those that are doing agribusiness. The agribusiness group are not considered under natural sciences. So for other schools, I haven't yet been informed on how you are going to go about joining your groups or where to find your groups. But for the NS students, this information has been given. I am yet to get feedback from School of Business, School of Social Sciences, and School of Education. Hopefully they'll be able to provide this information by tomorrow so that it is presented tomorrow. So in terms of the groups and finding your respective timetables, are there any questions in the chat? So remember, the group that you belong to will be determined by your surname, and you can find your respective timetable by looking for this title in the drop-down menu. So School of Business, School of Social Sciences and Education, and any other group information hasn't yet been given. But for now, those that are doing the natural sciences, that's pre-med, engineers, computer science, IT, and various agri courses, you will find your Telegram groups on Moodle. So ensure that you have completed registration and can log into Moodle using your student number as your username and the same password that you use on Eduro to register. So someone asked if all programs are in groups. Yes, all programs are in groups, but access to those groups hasn't yet been provided for other schools and programs. Accounting is not responding. That's because they are working on posting the bills that have already been sent to them. The registration server is down. No, the registration server is fine. Emmanuel Yumba, since your surname ends with a Y, you are in group C. So follow last names, and that's how you will know which group you belong to. So the links, which links are you referring to? So you have to be specific. If you are referring to the Telegram and WhatsApp groups, those links are found on Moodle and should be already up on Moodle. We shall discuss Moodle again. Marketing hasn't yet informed me on how they are contacting their students, but they should be able to answer the questions tomorrow. So I'll repeat the timetable again. So agribusiness management should be found under the timetable on its own and not under the NS group. So if you're doing pre-med, for now, just consider the group. There is no abbreviation for pre-med on the timetable. For agribusiness, your WhatsApp group or Telegram group will be found on courses on Moodle. Sir? So let me go through the timetable again. So now that we know which groups the NS students belong to, the first way to access the timetable is to go through the MU website found at mu.se.zm. On the website, you look for the student menu option, and right at the bottom, towards the bottom, you see a link that says full-time class timetable main. So that's the link that you should click on. So you have three overviews in terms of how you can look at your timetable. You can look at the master timetable, which will show all the programs and all the courses for the entire university. You can also filter the timetable according to the program that you are doing, and you can also filter the timetable according to your lecturer. So if you are in, let's say, NS Group B, you'd click the green arrow to get to this menu option or page, and then where we have program name, we have a drop-down menu which you can click to scroll to find out your program timetable. So we have BEC. When we click BEC 1, this is Bachelor of Economics. So this will give the Bachelor of Economics 1 timetable, and you can export this timetable to your PC or your phone. If I change to a different program, let's say BPSM1, this is Bachelor of Purchasing and Supply Management Year 1. So if you register for this program, this is your timetable. But if you are any of the natural science, if you are registered for pre-med, engineering, or computer science and IT, and agric, except agribusiness management, you are considered NS, and this is how you will know which group you belong to. So on the timetable, you will look for something that reads Group A, Lectures, Foundation Sciences. So let's assume your last name ends with a Y. This means you are among Group C. So to access Group C timetable, you click the drop-down menu, then scroll down to the bottom. So you see there's Group A, Lectures, Foundation Courses. So this will be for the Group A group. So this is A to L, surnames from A to L. Then we have Group B, Lectures, Foundational Sciences. This is M to O, so all the surnames from M to O will be found here. Then we have Group C, right at the bottom. Let's keep scrolling. So we have Group C, Lectures, Foundation Sciences. These are P all the way to Z. So if you click C and submit, this is your scheduled timetable. So this means for Group C, you have your first lectures on Monday at 9 to 11. So if you have another program, let's say BCom, so this is Bachelor of Commerce, this is your timetable, and those are your time slots for that timetable. If you are taking a different program, let's say Human Resource, which is BHRM1, when you click submit, you should be able to see your respective timetable. So I can't go through all the timetables, so just simply go through this list to figure out which one is your timetable. So right, now that you know which groups you belong to, the question now becomes, how do you access your relevant WhatsApp or Telegram groups? So in order to find your Telegram groups in terms of the link to join, you first have to register. The lecturers have already posted the links on Moodle. So ensure that you are registered and can log into Moodle to find the links to join your courses. So any questions on the timetable? So to get the link through Moodle, you must go to Moodle and log in. I'll demonstrate that shortly. Yes, it's possible to see your timetable even though you haven't paid the 50%. So if your personal information on registration is showing approved, that means you are set and ready to go, and your courses should reflect on Moodle. So for some people, Chemistry 1-1 isn't showing for most of you. You can have your courses reset. Telegram is an alternative to WhatsApp. They are basically the same, except Telegram allows a larger number of people to join in a group. With WhatsApp, there's a limit to 257 participants at a time. So looking at the numbers that we have, Telegram is adequate so that we can accommodate each and every student so that no one misses out in terms of information sent in the group. So the issue of student loans was already addressed yesterday. So for student loans, you have to wait until government releases the list. So agribusiness management have their own timetable. Registration deadline is next week, Friday.
But it's flexible.
But it's flexible. not everyone is supposed to download Telegram. So Telegram and WhatsApp are used interchangeably, so that's dependent on the lecturer. I hope it is clear for the timetable. Oh, question is being asked, is environmental studies part of NS? I don't think environmental studies is part of NS, but I'll have to confirm with the academic office. Environmental studies, again, I have to clarify if you are under NS. So someone is behind on the groups. So those are your groups in terms of surnames. So follow the letter of your surname and that's the group you belong to. So the course BEng for engineering is not strictly on the timetable, but I can see that your surname starts with a K, so that means you are in group A. So engineering students are not timetabled individually, but you are all lumped up into natural sciences for the first year. You only move to engineering in the second year. So for engineering, you are all considered under NS. For nursing as well, you are also considered under NS, so consider the surname and that will indicate which group you belong to. For now, there is no abbreviation for pre-engineering. Follow the groups for natural sciences. Environmental studies, again, I am not sure if that applies to you. If you are doing NS, I have to clarify. If you have ICT 131 in agribusiness, you should join the Telegram group on Moodle that has been provided. If a course is missing for a particular student, it needs to be added, so you need to contact academic office or the HOD so that it is added. I understand demography is not added, so that will be added. Yes, this timetable is for the entire semester. You can save the timetable by exporting it. Okay, it seems everyone is clear about the timetable. So the questions you're asking are concerning courses that aren't showing on your timetable, which will be addressed. So we now move on to exactly where you can find a preview of the courses. So you can find a preview of the courses that you are going to be registering for each and every semester on the website. So you go through the MU website at mu.ac.zm, and then there's a menu called school, and each school has a leading tab that goes to the programs. So to do that, we go to the MU website again, mu.ac.zm. So this is when you want to find out which courses you should be registering for in each semester and each academic year. So under the schools menu, we have School of Agriculture and Natural Resources, and we have your programs here. So if you click that, that should take you to the programs for agriculture. We have School of Social Sciences, When you click programs, that should take you to School of Social Science programs. We also have School of Business and its corresponding programs. We have School of Science, Engineering and Technology and its corresponding programs, School of Education, and finally School of Medicine and Health Sciences. So I've opened up all of these in different tabs. So if we look at School of Agriculture and Natural Resources, we have Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, Bachelor of Science in Environmental Studies, Bachelor of Agriculture Business Management. We have Bachelor of Science, Land and Water Resource Management, and many more. So if you want to find out what your courses are for Bachelor of Science in Agriculture, you click Details, and it should give you a preview of the course and the course outline structure. So in first year, because you're taking the foundation courses, you are still going to do all the other foundation courses alongside those that are registered for pre-med and engineering. But in second year, you can see that you have all your course codes and course names given out, and even the electives shown. So this is for Bachelor of Science in Agriculture. So we have an issue with those that are doing agro-business management. So if we click Details, they haven't yet posted the information, but once it's updated, this is where you'll be able to find the information. For those that are doing environmental studies, these are the courses that are there for environmental studies. So make sure you go through schools, School of Agriculture, Natural Sciences, and then programs, and then click Bachelor of Environmental Studies. So for those that are looking for BES, this is your abbreviation. So you look for BES 1 on your timetable, and these are the courses that you should register for this coming semester. So you have your first semester here, and you have your second semester courses there. So if we look for BES on the timetable, it should be there. BES. If it hasn't been timetabled, it should be added later on. Can I find BES? It seems Bachelor of Environmental Studies hasn't been added, so this one needs to be included to the timetable. So this is where you find all the courses related to those that are registered under the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources. Then we move on to the next one. So this is School of Social Sciences. So if you've registered for Bachelor of Social Work, you'd come and click the details here. If you registered for Economics, you should be able to see the program structure for Bachelor of Economics. So in first year, you have the following 5 courses, and in semester 2, you have the following 5 courses, and you have the entire program listed from first year all the way to 4th year, including electives in 4th year. So that would be School of Social Sciences. So other than Bachelor of Economics, you also have Bachelor of Development Studies, Bachelor of International Relations and Development Studies, Local Government Administrator, and so on and so forth. So that's how you get to School of Social Sciences. Under School of Business, we have Bachelor of Commerce, Bachelor of Accounting and Finance, we have Bachelor of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship, Banking and Finance, Marketing, and so on and so forth. If you click on one, for instance, Bachelor of Commerce, where it says details, you should be provided with the program outline as well as each individual breakdown in terms of semester courses for first, third, second, and third year, including even the streams that are there under Bachelor of Commerce. So we have the Accounting and Finance streams. So it's been demarcated for those that are doing the economic streams and also for those that are doing the marketing streams and business management streams. So this is where you'll be getting the courses for each semester. Then we move on to the School of Science, Engineering and Technology. So we have the following programs. We have Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, Bachelor of Science in IT, Bachelor of Science in Statistics, Bachelor of Science in Demography, Bachelor of Science in Biology, and many more. When you click details for Bachelor of Science in Computer Science, you should be provided with a summary of all the courses and for the courses for each and every year that you'll be taking. If you are coming for engineering, for instance, let's look for engineering. So Bachelor of Engineering, bottom. So if you click Bachelor of Engineering, so you have Bachelor of Engineering in Civil Engineering, you have your Semester 1 and Semester 2 with the corresponding years and which courses you'll be doing from year 1 all the way to year 5, as well as the electives for that program. Then we have Bachelor of Engineering in Electrical and Electronic Engineering. We have Semester 2 and 1 with all the year and information, and even the communication streams and network streams that are divided under engineering. We have control systems and energy system stream as well. So this is where you find information for engineering, computer science, IT under the School of Science, Engineering and Technology. Then we also have Bachelor of Commerce with Education. So this is where you find information regarding those courses that are those programs in the School of Education, and we have a breakdown of all the courses and which years they belong to. So under medicine, we have Bachelor of Medicine and Surgery. So for now, this one doesn't have the breakdown, but this is where you go to find it. And once that information is updated, you should be able to see the courses and which year they will be taken. So I'll pause for now so that I ask questions, or rather you ask questions. So remember, in order to get to that information, utilize the school's menu, and we have all the schools listed down. And when you highlight one school, we have the corresponding programs listed to the right. School of Social Sciences also has all the programs listed. School of Business, SET, Education, and Medicine. So for those that are registered for pre-med, that's the MBCHB, you are considered pre-med and you are under the natural sciences group, meaning you follow the surname, your personal surname, to identify which group you belong to, and that will give an indication which timetable you should check for. So if your surname starts with a C, meaning you are in group A, and you should look for the timetable that says Group A Lectures, Foundation Sciences. I'll talk about Moodle briefly. Nursing is under NS, yes. Civil engineering is also under NS, so your surname will determine which timetable you are going to look at. If you have 6 courses, then that's an issue. You should check under the program that I have just demonstrated what courses you should actually be taking. Yes, you can change a course without paying 50%, but it will only get approved once you pay. Yes, you can log on to Moodle using more than one device. For the people who are saying they can't see any links on Moodle, can you clarify? Is it that you can't see your courses or you can't see Moodle itself? Computer science is considered under NS in the first year. If there are no classes on Friday, according to your timetable, it means there are no classes on Friday. The timetable is just for the for the semester and not the entire year. So this timetable is only valid until December. A new one will be generated for February to June next year. If your surname starts with M, yes, you can see your timetable without paying the 50%. Remember, the timetable is a free online resource which you access via mu.ac.zm. When you go over the students menu, if you click full-time class timetable, that's how you access your timetable, and that's free of charge. Nursing is under NS. Classes are starting next week for first years because we are still going through orientation. For other years, classes start tomorrow. So if you're in second year, third year, or fourth year, classes start tomorrow. If you're in NS and you want to join a group, you have to log on to Moodle to see the link. SET is the School of Science, Engineering and Technology. This is where you find computer science, all the engineering programs, and all the science programs. Agriculture business is not under NS.
There's no link on Moodle. I think they just want the link for Moodle.
Okay.
Let me just post it.
So if you want to access Moodle, this is how you access Moodle. You always start with the university website, mu.ac.zm. And under the students menu, you have e-learning portal. When you click e-learning portal, that will take you to the login page for Moodle. So the link itself is moodle.mu.ac.zm/Moodle. So at the login page, this is where you type in your username, and your username is always your student number. So if your student number is 2020 0257, this would be your username and your corresponding password. The same password you use to log into Eduro is the same password that you use for Moodle. But since I'm a member of staff, I will log in with my initials. Never log in with your initials if you're a student. It won't allow you to do so. Always log in with your student number. The 50% you are paying is for the semester and not the entire year. You can only access the Telegram group on Moodle if it has been posted. If it hasn't been posted, then it means it's not there, so the lecturer will have to add it. For pre-med, you have 4 courses this semester: biology, chemistry, physics, and maths. So for people asking about nursing, is there any specific thing that you want to ask about nursing? I've already said nursing is considered under NS for the first year.
So just sorry, just open that URL as for Moodle. So https moodle.imu.ac.nl/Moodle.
Yes.
Just open that in PowerPoint slide and
Yes.
tell them they need to enter that into Android.
Into?
Android in the mobile app.
Oh no, I already have it.
Because for some reason they're all
Okay. So if there are no questions on the timetable, let's move along. I think I'm a bit... Alright, let me get updated with the questions in the group chat. Student loans are only accessible through government, so only when they are published is when you will know whether you qualify or not. Mulungushi University does not give loans, only loans board. So now let's move along. So let's talk about Zoom and then Moodle. So for Zoom, the app that you're supposed to download is called Zoom Cloud Meetings. And this is what it will look like in Google Play Store or whichever Play Store you're downloading it from. So once you have it installed, you are going to be required to create an account. You can sign in with your Gmail or whichever email provider or other options that are provided. So once that is done, you are then able to attend Zoom meetings, which are your lectures. So ideally, to attend a lecture, you will need two things. You will need a meeting ID and a password. So this is an example of what a meeting ID will look like. So it will have a set of digits in that format, and a password may be either numerical or have a combination of numbers and letters. So your lecturer might provide you information in this format. They'll provide either a link that you can simply click to open the app, or they'll provide the meeting ID and the password. Alternatively, if your lecturer has configured Zoom on Moodle, you will find it by looking for this green icon that looks like a puzzle. So this will represent Zoom meetings. When you simply click this Zoom meetings title, you are then presented with a list of available Zoom meetings that you can join on Moodle. So this is the simplest way to join meetings, because all you have to do is click the join button on the corresponding dates and times. So if you look at this screenshot, these are Zoom meetings for the course ICT 131 Introduction to Computer Science. So it means the first Zoom meeting that was scheduled was for tomorrow, but we are not having class tomorrow. But for next week, on Thursday, 10th September at 15 hours, all the students taking the course are expected to join the meeting by either clicking this button or entering the meeting ID and a password which will be provided. But the simplest way is go on to Moodle, look for this green icon, click it, and then you are then presented with all the meetings that are coming up, and you simply click the join button. So the meeting ID is always provided by your lecturer, including the password. So if you can't see any of this information, such as the meeting ID or the password, it means the lecturer has not yet posted them. Yes, mathematics and statistics is under NS. The meeting ID will always be provided by your individual lecturers. They will always give them to you because these might change. So before each lecture, your lecturer should provide the meeting ID. So if you can't see the Zoom icon on Moodle, this green one, it means the lecturer hasn't yet added them to Moodle. You simply have to wait. If you can see that puzzle icon, that's a good thing. That means you'll be able to access Zoom by clicking the join button. The lecturer should be able to post the meeting ID either in the WhatsApp groups, Telegram groups, or on Moodle, which is why you need access to all those three things. For environmental studies, I mentioned to say I'm not yet sure if you're under NS, Mr. Francis Monga, so you have to wait until that is clarified. If you don't see the puzzle icon, it means it hasn't yet been added by your lecturer. You have to wait. So if there's only one course with a Zoom link, so that means that's the only course that has been configured. You still need to wait for lecturers to add those Zoom links. Zoom has a limit, so make sure you always join in as soon as the lecture starts. A limit of 100. So make sure you're in the first 100 unless your lecturer has a paid version of Zoom. For Google Meet, there is no icon. What you are going to get is the meeting URL or code and the password. So for Google Meet, let me quickly demonstrate what that will look like because it's different. If your lecturer is using Google Meet, this is what it will look like. So if the lecturer is using Google Meet, you are going to see a URL and a PIN number which you can join. So this is an example of the URL and the PIN number for Google Meet. This one does not have an icon for Google Meet. So for the timetable for Group B can be found on the timetabling system. You click Program Timetable and you click Select Program and then scroll down to the bottom where you find Group B, Lectures, Foundational Sciences. When you click Submit, this will be your timetable. So for Zoom, you only download Zoom if it's the preferred method that your lecturer will use. Your lecturer would advise which method they prefer. Can you change your program if you're on bursary? That one I need to verify from academic office. They are the only people who can answer that. If you are doing your masters, you are supposed to access a different timetable. So to find the timetable, you go through the main website, mu.ac.zm. Under the students menu, you see an option that says full-time class timetable. This is where you find your timetable. Zoom or Google Meet, which one is better? They all serve different purposes and have different limitations. So it depends which the lecturer prefers. I personally prefer Zoom, but others want to use Google Meet, so it's not one size that fits all. When it comes to Zoom, is the password the same as the passcode? Yes. I am not sure if you can change your program if you've been given a loan. Pardon? So? Oh, okay. So Google Meet has a better threshold. So for Zoom, there are 100 students. For my courses, 100 is enough. I don't have large numbers. For other courses, you've been demarcated in groups, so you should be able to fit. You can join the meeting provided the lecturer has configured it that way. For computer science, you are considered NS, so look for your surname will indicate which group you belong to. Yes, if your lecturer is going to use Google Meet, you have to download it. What happens on Zoom? That's where lectures can be held. You can see your lecturer and also see the PowerPoints that they'll be demonstrating. You can also ask questions in live time. For the NS group, the WhatsApp link and Telegram group is found on Moodle, so make sure you have cleared your registration to access the group on Moodle. So if Chemistry 111 is missing on your courses, you have to contact the HOD so that your courses are reset. When is Deck coming through? No, the person from Deck is here and she'll be giving her presentation just after I'm done.
She has another meeting at 11, so she wants me to take from 10 to then after she presents we can.
Since the person from Deck is leaving shortly, I will pause for now so that she can give her presentation. But continue asking questions in the chat and I'll be answering as she presents. So we'll take a break from the presentation, the ICT presentation, and then transfer it to Deck. But continue asking your questions in the comments and I'll be responding.
Are there any PowerPoint slides?
No.
Just the cameras. Zoom.
Good. Yeah.
You're like 500 and something people are watching.
Okay.
500 plus.
Thank you so much.
I can begin. Okay. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing? I'm Madam Cleopatra Chela Kajuri from Drug Enforcement Commission. I am an education and counseling officer heading the education and counseling department here in Kawe. I'm glad to be here and I'd like to share with you a number of issues surrounding drug abuse and money laundering. So I invite you to be very free to ask questions, participate, so that we can be able to interact. At the end of this talk, we should be able to know the background of Drug Enforcement Commission. We should be able to know the measures that the Commission is taking to curb drug abuse and drug trafficking and all its vices. We should also be able to know the categories of drugs and their effects on the central nervous system. We'll also be able to know how these drugs are classified. We'll also be able to know how these drugs are taken in. We'll also be able to know how you can identify a drug abuser. We should also be able to know methods of concealment, then we're going to call it a day. So Basically, for those of you that may not be aware, Drug Enforcement Commission is a government department under the Ministry of Home Affairs that was formed in 1989. Our mandate is to control the production, the trafficking, the use of illicit drugs. So we are a government department that has been mandated to take care of those issues and also to curb money laundering vices. Okay? So to help us carry out our mandate or our duties, the Drug Enforcement Commission has been segmented in 2 departments for the smooth flow of our activities. And so those departments, you'll find the department that I mentioned where I'm coming from, the Education and Counseling Department, whose purpose is to disseminate information or to raise awareness on the effects of alcohol and substance abuse, to also offer free counseling services to those that may already have indulged in drug abuse and have failed to stop on their own. So that is the Education and Counseling Department. Then we have what is known as the Anti-Drug Department. The Anti-Drugs Investigations Department, their role is to curb trafficking, use, cultivation, in the sense that they will investigate all cases, who is trafficking, those that are selling these drugs, where are they found, and at the end of the day, arrest them. So that's why they are called the Investigations Department. So they will look out for all those drug barons, all those drug dealers, and bring them to book so that they face the law pertaining to drug trafficking, cultivation, possession, and so on. Then we have another department known as the Anti-Money Laundering Investigations Unit. The Anti-Money Laundering Investigations Unit helps us investigate all white-collar cases. All cases that have to do with money laundering are handled by that department. Then, of course, we have administration. What can we do without people that help us to facilitate our movements, our transport, our allowances, and so on? So basically, those are some of the departments that you can come across in the Drug Enforcement Commission. So even as you do your career path, maybe you may consider coming after you are done with the 4 years or whatever years that you will be here, your bachelor's in whatever field. You can consider coming and join any of these departments. Yeah. So this morning, my focus will be on drug abuse, because as you may be aware, we are living in a very difficult time. This COVID era has come with so many negative effects. People are not living their lives the way they were living them, and it has increased stress levels, okay? And because of the increased stress levels, some people do not know how to manage their stress. Some people do not know how to handle being confined or being alone, not being able to socialize like we used to. And so they have turned to drug abuse. But I want to highlight the effects of this vice, how it can affect your academics, how it can affect your social life, how it can affect your finances, and so on. So that even when you decide probably to indulge yourself in substance abuse, you will be able to know what you are getting yourself into. Because at the end of the day, resorting to drug abuse may not be a very good idea. It will be detrimental to your career. It will be detrimental to your health. Yeah. So just to help us get started, I would want us to define what a drug is. When we talk of a drug, according to this context or this study, how can we define a drug? Feel free to bring those answers according to how you feel you can define a drug. But for the sake of this study, I will define a drug as a natural or synthetic substance which, when introduced in the body, alters or changes the normal functioning of the central nervous system. A natural or synthetic substance that, when you introduce in your body, will change or alter the normal functioning of the central nervous system. If marijuana is so harmful to the human body, why does the government want to legalize it? How can we contact our HOD? Okay. Harmful substances to the body. Oh, thank you for that definition. Great. Yeah, so just to break down our definition, when we talk of a drug being natural, it means that it can be in its natural form, in plant form, okay? When we say synthetic, it means that it can be in processed form, where one substance and another substance is taken, and then they go through a process, then we get the final product. When introduced, how do we introduce drugs to our body? Through sniffing, through drinking, through smoking, through inhaling, through injections, and so on. And when you introduce that drug in the body, will change. That is the major underlying factor. It will change the normal functioning of the central nervous system. When we're talking of the central nervous system, what are we talking about? We are basically talking about the brain and the spinal cord, which is the computer box of our bodies, where all neurotransmission is done. When you're hungry, transmission will be done. The stomach is empty, you want some food. When your bladder is full, it will communicate. When you are feeling low, communication will be done. That is the computer box of our bodies. So now what drugs do is they will go and affect our computer box. And when it is affected, what will happen? There will be behavioral change. You will notice some behavioral change. You will notice weird behavior from a person that has abused these drugs. Okay, I can see people having fun talking about the drugs. Let's continue. So these drugs, as we have done the definition, have been put in various categories according to the way they will affect the central nervous system. So these categories, we have what are known as stimulants, we have depressants, we have hallucinogens, and we have what is known as inhalants. So I'll quickly run through which drugs are found in which category and how they will affect your central nervous system. The first group of drugs that I'll talk about are stimulants. Stimulants are drugs that, when you introduce in your body, will alter the normal functioning of the central nervous system, causing excitement and alertness. Causing excitement and alertness. When we talk of excitement and alertness, it means that your central nervous system will be stimulated to an extent that everything about you will be fast. Movement of blood will be fast. Heart palpitations will be fast. Your thinking, your reaction will be fast. And an example of drugs found in this category is cocaine. Cocaine is a stimulant. It is produced from what is known as a coca plant, which does not grow here in Zambia because, of course, of our climate, weather, soil. It does not really favor the growing of the coca plant. But when the coca plant matures, the leaves are processed to form a pure white powder known as cocaine. It is usually sniffed, injected, and most of the times formed into white crystal, which is known as crack cocaine. When heated, it forms a white crystal known as crack cocaine. So what happens when you introduce cocaine into your body is that we have a part in the brain known as dopamine that is in charge of pleasure. All of us have that component in our brain, which our bodies to release that hormone of excitement. So what cocaine does is that when you introduce it in the body, it will completely open the dopamine. Instead of it being released in small portions, the dopamine will be released in abnormal portions where the abuser will feel a certain high, a certain level of excitement that they cannot contain. But unfortunately, when the dopamine levels are depleted, and when the drug cocaine is depleted in the body, what will happen is that the abuser will start feeling a sense of worthlessness, a sense of depression, a sense of sadness. And to feel that kind of high again, they'll go back to the drug. That's why cocaine is among drugs that are highly addictive because of the sense of worthlessness that the abuser feels and the sense of sadness after the drug is depleted in the body. So they would want to get more of the drug so that they feel that high. And in the process, they may be detached from reality. They may be detached from socializing with their friends and focus on getting the drug. And in the process, maybe steal so that to sustain their habit, because cocaine is not cheap, especially in Zambia. Lusaka, Kabwe, Kitwe, Ndola, it's quite expensive. So for you to sustain that habit of getting the drug so that you're always high and feeling good and feeling in the mood, you will end up maybe using your tuition monies, selling property of your parents so that you are able to buy the drug. So those are some of the effects. Coming back to the central nervous system, because of the way the blood will be moving in your body, it may cause high blood pressure, which may lead into a stroke and can eventually lead to death. Abnormal excitement may also lead into other vices, like the abuser indulging themselves in sexual relations that have not been planned. You are excited, you are feeling high, you are feeling good, you are out with your friends, you did not plan to get a hookup, you get hooked with a girl, you get hooked with a guy that you do not know very well, you end up having unprotected sex, and it may result into pregnancies, STIs, and so on and so forth. So the effects of these drugs cannot be overemphasized. They are so wide and broad. They will not only affect your health, they will affect your behavior, they will affect your finances, they will affect even the people surrounding you, that is your family and close friends. So basically, those are the effects of the stimulants. And these are drugs that are mostly used by actors, musicians, because they want to feel good. They want to take away that shyness. They want you to portray a certain boldness before the people that they are acting. But in the process, most of them have had drug overdose, and we've had them dead in their showers, dead in their bedrooms. And so please, let's stay away. I know some of you may be wondering, is cocaine common? Yes, it is, especially in Lusaka and on the Copper Belt. So please, if you don't know how it looks like or how it tastes, do not sniff anything that you don't know. Do not taste anything that you don't know, especially if you're in a company of friends for socialization. Thank you, Kelvin. I see you. You are saying no to drugs. That's a good attitude. The other group of drugs are known as depressants. Depressants are the opposite of stimulants. For them, when you introduce them in your body, they will go and slow down the functioning of the central nervous system. They will retard how you think. They will retard how your body works, meaning that everything about you will be slow. Thinking, heart palpitations, reaction time will be very slow. I think we've all seen somebody who's drunk themselves to stupor, how they behave. You try to talk to them, for them to just say one word, it will take forever. For them to get up from their seat to another location, it will take them forever. That is a good example of a depressant. When the central nervous system is depressed, a person becomes very slow. And because I gave an example of alcohol, I'll begin with it as one of the drugs that is in the categories of depressants. I know a lot of people argue, they think alcohol is the stimulant. Yes, maybe the first 2, 3, 4 bottles may stimulate your central nervous system, but as you go on, it is a depressant. It will go and depress the central nervous system, causing retardedness. That's why a person who has drunk too much alcohol will be very slow. And because the central nervous system has been retarded, that's why they end up peeing in their pants. You would wonder why they'll get to pee and so on, because the communication between the brain and the bladder to say, my bladder is full, let me go and catch a pee, is not there. So what will happen is you will pee in your pants. When your thinking is retarded, you will make all the wrong decisions and choices at that particular time, because your judgment has been impaired. Alcohol is usually taken as a beverage to relieve stress, but unfortunately, we have seen an increase in its abuse, especially among you teenagers, among youths. We know that underage drinking is an offense, but I presume everyone is 18 years and above, so they might be saying, oh, we are eligible to drink. But alcohol is also quite addictive. The first time you drink it, you may take a bottle and be high. The next time, you may need 2, 3, 4 bottles to feel the same high that you felt the first time that you drank it. So eventually, you'll be slowly graduating depending on your consistency in drinking it. That's why we do discourage, especially for you that are in academics, please stay away. Once in a while, yes, you can take to relieve your stress, but the moment, every time you're off books, you are thinking of alcohol, then you have a problem and you need help. If you are battling alcoholism, please get in touch with us so that we can help you in whatever town or location that you are. If you take spirits, if you take those strong drinks, and you cannot take any of these other drinks because they don't do anything for you, you are at risk of addiction, and please seek help before it's too late. Like I mentioned, alcohol drinking affects a part in the brain that is in charge of emotions and behavior. So meaning that when you take alcohol, your emotions will be affected. That's why most of the people take it to elevate their mood. It's the emotions that are affected, and others, if they take too much, they end up crying. Do you know why? Because their emotions have been affected. You even mourn your grandmother that you've not seen, or that has since been gone, dead, because your emotions have been affected. That's why others, under the influence of alcohol, they will laugh a lot, so that they are able to, because they have been affected. Okay? Alcohol has also health effects. In males, it can affect your sperm production. It may kill the live sperms that are made in you every day, meaning that your sperm count will be low, and it can later give you a condition known as impotence. Okay? In women, it may cause breast cancer. Studies are showing that alcohol intake can affect or can cause abnormal cell production in the breast glands, which can result into breast cancer. Then, of course, we know that alcohol, having some toxins, every time we drink it, it has to be purified through the liver. So if the liver is overworked because you are drinking too much alcohol, you may have a condition known as liver cirrhosis, hardening of the liver. And once you have liver cirrhosis, it may result into swelling because the liver is not completely getting rid of all the toxins. So some of you may bulge and start looking shiny with a pot belly and swollen feet and think that you have gained some weight. If you start shining, just know that it may be liver cirrhosis. So please, let's take alcohol in moderation and occasionally, so that we don't have any health effects, especially that the group here, we are all in our very productive years, very young. Let us channel our energies on studies, our energies on hustling and making money, so that we don't have to spend the rest of our times in hospitals because we spent our youth taking too much alcohol, and now we have all sorts of health conditions following us. Alcohol can cause cancer from the mouth, where you introduce it down into the food canal. It can cause cancer of the esophagus, especially strong spirits, I emphasize. Please, to boss officers, Valumendo, let us reduce. Those things may be cheap, but they are literally burning us inside. They are literally destroying our internal organs. So please let us stay away from those strong drinks. They may say 48% alcohol, 49%, add some 20% to it. and you know that you may be taking 60% alcohol content. If that thing is able to light up a fire, if you throw a matchstick, it goes ablaze. What is happening to your inside, to your intestines? What is happening to the lining of your esophagus, of your throat? Some of us, when we are drinking it, we even close our eyes, we make a face. But do we imagine what it's doing to our inside? So please, our health matters. Let us drink moderately. And if you are able to stay away from alcohol, I would encourage you to stay away completely. Because this time, focus on your studies. You need to be sober-minded for you to be able to grasp what your lecturers are teaching you. We don't have contact. It's via Zoom, via electronic media. So you need a lot of concentration. The environment may not be so much conducive at home. You may miss a point here and there. If you add abuse of drugs, I'm telling you, you will not achieve anything. So take this time to concentrate on your studies so that you may get your desired results. Okay, another drug in the group of depressants is heroin. Heroin is also not grown here in Zambia, but in other countries of the world. It grows from what is known as an opium poppy plant. An opium poppy plant is grown to produce drugs of medicinal value, drugs that can cure diseases like codeine, morphine. All those are processed from the opium poppy plant. But what happens, for those of you that I think did biology, every time there is a chemical reaction, there is what is known as the residue. So heroin is the residue from the process of producing these drugs of medicinal value. So what happens is that they just get that heroin, which is cream white in color, and abuse it. What happens is that it will depress the central nervous system. You'll feel low, you'll feel down. Of course, a certain sense of tranquility and quietness. That is the feel that the abusers look for. But most of the times when you get that feeling of tranquility, that feeling of quietness, you start feeling a sense of loneliness, of being unloved. And most of the times, heroin abusers are suicidal because of that effect in the drugs. Okay? They'll feel unloved, unwanted, alone, lonely, and in the process, they may contemplate suicide. And too much of the heroin may retard the working of the central nervous system to an extent that they have difficulty in breathing, and an overdose always results into death. Okay? Then we have another group of drugs known as hallucinogens. Hallucinogens, as the word suggests, hallucinogens are drugs that distort your perception. They distort how you look at things. They will distort your perception of reality. What you will see when you abuse a drug in the group of hallucinogens is the opposite of reality, meaning that the most affected are your five senses. Your taste is affected, your sight is affected, your hearing is affected. We have had abusers who claim to see sound. Have you ever seen sound? Have you ever tasted color? That is the confusion hallucinogens will give you. You begin to see sound instead of hearing it. So perception of reality is distorted. What you see is the opposite of reality. And most of these drugs are not so common, but don't take it for granted. They may be there already on the market, like disco tablets, LSDs, and most of the times these are drugs that are used even to lace our drinks if somebody wants to get probably information from you and unsolicited information from you, or if they want to get sex from you or anything from you in your unconscious state, they may use these drugs, because once you are in the state, you begin to hallucinate, you may consent to what, if you were sober, you would not consent to. Girls, if this drug is put in your drink will remain the same. It will not change in color, it will not change in taste. All that you'll see is change in behavior. And these drugs, most of the times, they are notorious for elevating the sexual desire. So if somebody puts it in your drink, you may start feeling those feelings, the sexual desires, such that if it's a man that you went out for a drink with, or it's a group of friends, you may not be able to control yourself. You may demand for sex yourself, and yet they are the ones who put it in your drink so that they can have access to you and sleep with you. So I know, because of us being grouped in various groups, we may be doing group studies, or when this COVID is over, we may even come in school. And most of the times it's common for us to put ourselves in groups, go out chilling, in the name of chilling. So if a guy alikupingila wants to have sex with you and you've been saying no, they can use such a drag you and have access to you. So ladies, it's common for ladies, let's be on the lookout. But I'll not rule it out that it cannot happen to a guy. So guys, also be on the lookout. Next year is an election year. People may want to set you up to get information from you. What the Mulungushi students said, for those of you who are probably even in the union, they will lace your drink and you will talk and talk and talk. They will record you and say, this is what this student was saying. And you will get fire and wrath from the powers that be without even knowing how that happened. So let us keep safe. Effects of these drugs, no boundary. Drugs can mess you up, like really mess you up. So you need to be on the lookout. Another drug is the famous cannabis. From the word go and the head deck, I saw cannabis, marijuana, chamba. I know you are so excited to hear me talk about it. Though I will talk about it in the group of hallucinogens, but cannabis is an all-rounder drug, meaning that depending on how you are, it can stimulate you, it can depress you, it can make you hallucinate. It's an all-rounder drug. It has over 2,000 chemicals that are known as cannabinoids. As we all know, it grows as a plant, and once it matures, it is harvested, dried, and preserved in a number of ways. It can be in dry form, leaves, others compress it together to make a cake-like form, which is known as hashish. When compressed further, it forms an oil, which is known as hashish oil. Cannabis has a major ingredient known as delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol THC. Now that THC is the most active ingredient in cannabis. And when we arrest you, that is the ingredient that we test the matter that we'll find you with for. If it tests positive for the THC, then you have committed an offense. So now that THC is most found in the oil. The oil is the most potent of THC. It's most concentrated in the oil. So there's loose cannabis, there's hashish, then hashish oil. So don't get confused. If you hear on the news somebody has been arrested for being found in possession of hashish, they are basically telling you that somebody was found with cannabis in its compressed form. Now that delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol THC is the one that is notorious and responsible for all the behavior change that you will notice when you abuse these drugs. Okay? Every time you smoke, within 5 seconds, that THC will reach the brain. The first target for the THC is the brain. And once it reaches the brain, within 5 seconds, you'll be able to see the behavior change. Now, cannabis affects people differently. Others, it may make them to hallucinate, like I mentioned. Others, it will depress them. Others, it will stimulate them. So don't get it twisted. If your friend smokes and they have the ability to study all night, don't think that will be the effect that it will have on you. You may smoke it and sleep all night. You may smoke it and fail to perform. So it will not affect people in the same way, but rather differently. That's why we say stay away from cannabis. That THC is the one that makes it illegal, because the first place that the THC will go to is the brain. And once the brain is affected, behavior is affected. Studies show that over 90% of crime has been committed under the influence of drugs. So sometimes you may be wondering why government is fighting cannabis. 90% of crime is committed under the influence of these drugs, and cannabis topping the list, of course, followed by alcohol. On the other hand, research has been showing that cannabis has some components that may be used for medicines to cure various conditions like cancer, supposed sarcoma, and so on and so forth. So other developed countries, they have the ability to remove the THC or tame the THC to an extent that it only goes to cure the condition and not affect the person. Though even those people that are being treated using cannabis, it's in very limited doses, because if they don't do the limited doses, it may have negative effects on them. It has a lot of side effects. So I saw somebody asking if cannabis is harmful, why does the government want to legalize it? Because of the discoveries that have been made about the medicinal part, which I think has always been there since time immemorial. Our parents have been using it to cure issues like infuco. I don't know what it's called in English, but that condition where somebody has an infection in the ear and pus coming out. So our forefathers would soak the cannabis and pour it in the ear, then we hear it would do miracles and wonders. Yeah. So it has its medicinal properties that will, I'm sure, be explored and made use to the benefit of everyone. But I'm here as a law enforcer. I'm here as an educator to highlight the effects. All the negative effects, I'm going to give them to you. The first being, like I mentioned, the THC or the cannabis has, every time somebody takes it, the first target will be fatty tissues. So everywhere where we have fatty tissues, it will go and settle. In men, it will settle in the sperms, because we know sperms are merely protein. So when it settles between the head and the tail of the sperm, what will happen? The sperm will be heavy and will not have much ability to swim. So for those who take it in a long period of time, or who have just low sperm count, may not have the ability to father children. By chance, if they do, the tetrahydrocannabinol, THC, because it settles in the sperm, has the ability to affect the offspring, which is the children born from that person, with reducing the IQ, the intelligence quotient, where you find the child is a slow learner and has learning disabilities. So if would you want to have a child with slow learning and learning disabilities, then your decision is all yours. In women, it is responsible for irregular periods. I know some women may have such a condition which can be explained by the doctors. But if you know as a woman, you've been smoking chamba, or you've used it in your hair in any form, and you have irregular periods, instead of once in a month, you go twice, 3 times, you better check. Chamba might be the reason behind that. And for a person that may be wanting children, if you have periods 3 to 4 times in a month, how will that be? So it will also affect a woman from being productive. Then, of course, as we smoke, because that is the most common way people abuse chamba, it's through smoking, it forms those residues that are always clinging to the lungs, to the throat, which may cause cancer. For those of us that may have lived in rural areas, if you've been to a kitchen that they use charcoal or firewood, you will find that there's a lot of debris in the heart, black. The way it attaches itself to the grass thatched house, that's how it goes to attach itself in our lungs and may give lung problems, lung cancer, and so on. Cannabis gives learning inabilities in many, where they will fail to concentrate. The concentration levels are very low. So you find you are not able to concentrate on your lectures, you are not able to concentrate on your studies, you are not able to concentrate even when you are being addressed by your family members. The memory is also affected. And we all know that at this stage, your memory is of essence. You need to have a good memory so that you retain everything that your lecturers are telling you. So please, I can see a lot of comments. Yeah, big appetite, yes, that's one of the effects. Others, it can make them to be lazy. Others, it can make them to be extremely active, laugh a lot, or maybe too quiet, seated all by yourself, secluded. So it will affect, like I said, an individual in different ways. Okay, Moses Limbua. Marijuana does not cause cancer. Yeah, like I mentioned, it's not the marijuana that will cause cancer, but it's the smoke that it produces in the process that may cause those effects like lung cancer. Get me right, please, and don't misquote me. Thank you. Then I also wanted to mention that marijuana usually takes up the character of somebody, meaning that if you are quiet, you may be extremely quiet when you smoke. If you are talkative, you may be extremely talkative when you smoke. If you have a good appetite, the appetite may be elevated because of, if you're a smart person, you'll be extremely smart. Those are people that they walk 2 to 5 meters, they clean their shoes, or the way they will tuck in their belt in the waist and so on. That's extremely smart sense. Unfortunately, if you are scruffy and lack personal hygiene, it will be worse. You will be failing to bath, you'll be failing to keep your hair, you'll be failing to maintain cleanliness in your room. Yeah? And you know, like I mentioned when explaining alcohol, this drug abuse comes with so many interconnected risks. Apart from your health being affected, your social life is affected as well. How you relate with others, because cannabis may make you easily irritable. So you may be a hard person to relate to. Every time your friend wants to talk to you, you're always sulking, you're always hot-tempered, and so people may run away from you. Always, it causes but on the other hand, it makes others very social to an extent that they are being social may end up finding themselves in crimes, may find themselves being duped, like, guy, give me some money, I'll give you back because you are high, you're feeling good, you're not even able to say no, just give the person, and yet that money is for school, and yet that money is for research, and so on. So please, let us stay away. Some drugs are not illegal. If we find you with them, we will not arrest you, but they are harmful to your health. Like codeine. Codeine is trending, commonly known as utunyelele or efinyelele on the market. It's a cough mixture meant to cure a cough. But what has been happening is that people are abusing it. They'll buy the whole bottle and drink it, and it will give them a certain high. So, yeah, money for books. Henda Likomeno is laughing, yeah? Yeah, Otunyelele, that's what we're talking about now. If we found you with them, you will not be arrested, but they are harmful to your health. You are causing damage that you may not be able to get yourself out of. So please let us maintain our health. Ladies, there are issues of insunko that are popping up, very common. We have issues of atan, you guys, where you are mixing weed with atan, all those issues. Please, you don't manage your stress through drug abuse. Find other alternatives, because once you get addicted, you need professional help to stop. You cannot stop on your own. You become a junkie. You become a cabbage. your brain stops functioning normally, and most of the times, all these drugs have the ability to affect you in such a way that you go into mental disorder. I think I'll not even overstress that point. People that have gone wacko or mad because of using drugs, we see them roaming in our streets. They were once our classmates. They were once our neighbors. They were once our friends. But because they could not adhere, they went into drugs. This time they are helpless. This time they roam the streets. This time they are junkies. Why? Because they resorted to drug abuse. So I would like to encourage you to find stress management skills that are profitable, not turning to alcohol or substance abuse, because by turning to substance abuse, you are creating another problem that may need not only other people to get involved, but finances as well. Like I mentioned earlier on, as Drug Enforcement Commission, we're offering free counseling services. But what is happening is that some issues, if you come in, you're at an advanced level of addiction, we'll refer you to a rehab center. And most rehab centers are not free. Your parents, your guardians will need to spend money just to get you to the normal state that you were. So why don't you maintain your mental health? Why don't you maintain your well-being? I was reading an article on the internet that was saying post-COVID-19, one of the major pandemics that we are going to have is mental health issues. And I agree with them, because most people are stressed, the economy is hard, people cannot socialize the way they used to socialize, and they may turn to drugs. But be wise, be smart. There are so many ways you can handle the situations, but not drugs. Because drugs, you are adding another problem. Doing drugs, you are involving yourself in a vicious circle that you may not get out of real quick. In 2 minutes, any questions before I briefly talk about money laundering and we close? Yeah? Musonda, Simon Kawe, yes, be smart. The link you shared, Food Life. Rasa, that photo, but photo. Madam, talk about shisha. Madam, what about shisha? How do we stop without trouble? I find say no to drugs. Okay, shisha. Taule ufika, madam. Yes, weed causes cancer. Here, the comment. Yeah, you can go and take the screen. That's what a photo of the screen, yeah. Yeah, so I hear you asking a lot about shisha. So shisha is happening. I know it's one of the things that is on the market. So what happens is that in those I don't know what you call them, shisha bottles of theirs, most of the times what is put there is either tobacco or others others who are notorious enough will even put cannabis or weed. Then they will add flavors. There's strawberry flavor, there's orange, there's banana flavor. So in other words, what you're smoking is tobacco, but that is flavored, okay? So what are the effects of tobacco? Or what are the components of tobacco? There's nicotine, there's tar, there's carbon monoxide. So let me just say shisha is the tobacco that went to a private school, not the one that you smoke like a cigarette and everything. So the same effects of tobacco are the same effects of the shisha. They have just made it attractive. They've just added flavors. They have just added some goodies for you town children or mwebana mayadi. That's what shisha is. So please stay away from it. As attractive as it may look, as modern as it may look, it has a number of effects on your body. Then we have inhalants in conclusion, like blue, jenkem, petrol, these things that are being Moses Imbale, you want me to talk about Viagra? Oh my God. Yeah, so those inhalants are mostly household products that are being abused. Somebody takes petrol, they inhale to feel a certain high. They take glue, and most of them are not illegal because they have their own use, but they are harmful to our health. Okay, like I mentioned, we also tackle the issue of money laundering. And when we talk of money laundering, it is simply monies or property that has been obtained from an illegal activity or an illegal source. Then you try to make it look legitimate or clean. Now, drug trafficking and money laundering most of the times go hand in hand, because what drug traffickers do is they will obtain the money from drug trafficking, then they will involve themselves in a number of activities and want to put that money into the market or into the economy as legitimate businesses, like maybe running a grocery or stock exchange or anything that is legitimate. So that's why the connection between drug trafficking and money laundering. So for money laundering to happen, there is always an offense, what is known as a predicate offense. And predicate offenses, they range from human trafficking, drug trafficking, fraud, impersonation, anything that is illegal according to the Zambian constitution. Then when you commit it, you obtain money or property, you want to conceal the true source of that money. You want to conceal where that money has come from, with a number of processes of course involved. Then you've gone into money laundering. Somebody is asking, what is the definition? You missed it. I said money laundering is the process of concealing or hiding the true source of money or property that has been obtained from an illegal activity to make it look clean or legitimate. So as Drug Enforcement Commission, we work hand in hand with law enforcement officers like Anti-Corruption Commission, the police, and everyone else to help curb this vice. Now, one of the components found in money laundering is the famous fake currencies. Be on the lookout. Fake currencies, when found in your possession, you are deemed to be the owner. So as money is hard to find, as money is scarce, but let us not get tempted to be involved in various activities that may end up being involved in fake currencies. It is an offense, and if we find you with it, you are liable to sentencing. Okay, why should we be worried about money laundering? You know, a nation that is full of money laundering may suffer a lot of consequences. It may endanger us in the sense that maybe we may not have proper investor confidence. You know, when people or investors are trying to make an investment, they want to come and invest in Zambia, they will Google Zambia. How is the economic? How are the people there? Is it full of money launderers? Is it full of drug dealers? If they find that Zambia is full of drug dealers, is full of money launderers, they will not invest in the nation. All you will attract are the wrong investors, okay? So that's why we should be worried, or we should be wary about money laundering. Then another effect is that it undermines government authority or government policies that have been put in place. As the government is fighting money laundering, corruption, drug trafficking, drug abuse, if we have money launderers, the policies that the government have been put in place are being undermined. People will not take the government seriously, okay? And that would be a very, very wrong perception. Then there's a lot of low tax income or tax evasion. Money launderers or people who obtain money through dubious activities will not pay taxes. They'll always evade tax because they know that if you pay tax through money trails, they may be discovered that they are doing wrong things. So what will happen is there will be a lot of money in circulation, there will be a lot of money in people's hands and banks, but the government will not be getting taxes to sustain the economy. So those are some of the ills of money laundering, and we intend to fight it at all costs. Previously, money laundering was being handled at our headquarters in Lusaka, but what has happened in the recent years is that they have decentralized the money laundering unit. So in every provincial headquarters, we have officers that handle money laundering cases. So if you see anything dubious, any white collar crimes, a lot is happening, you guys. Can you imagine some people were told that a school is opening, I will not mention the district, right here in Central Province, and they were told to get a form, pay 250. So that they paid 250s and they were given forms. They filled in the forms and they were told, we will communicate to you when the courses will commence or when the school will open. Can you imagine? Over 200 youths were duped. There are 250 taken, and those people are nowhere to be seen. So those are some of the money launderers. They will get money from you fraudulently, then they will go and invest it. And that whole process is what is known as money laundering. So please, swindlers are on they are everywhere, be on the lookout. They know now that internet is being used so much, they may bring you offers for bundles, they may give you offers for phones or telecom services that may not even exist, that may not even there. So be wise, analyze every person that comes to offer you a service, and a lot of things are happening. I'll not say much. I'll not say much. Others were being told to surrender there. For how much? The famous thing that is going on. So please, because of the economy being hard, because of things being expensive, the temptation to get quick money, the temptation to get ahead of others quickly is high. Stay in your lane. Live within your budget. Don't get tempted, or else you may find yourself in scandals that you may not be able to come out. Any questions on money laundering in 2 minutes, and I'll say my bye-byes. Okay, invest 100 and get a 600 within an hour. Yeah? What time is ICT orientation starting? Okay, that will be answered. Okay, live within your budget, yeah? Okay, so they are basically echoing what I was saying. So thank you so much from me, Cleopatra Chela Kajubi from Drug Enforcement Commission. It's been nice having a chat with you, and I hope that this talk will change 1 or 2 people's lives and will set them in the right direction. Like I mentioned, we are working hand in hand with the counseling department here at MU, or Mulungushi University. So if you are facing any challenges in quitting drugs, for those of you that may already abusing drugs, please feel free to confide in them and they will inform us, or feel free to get in touch with us in all the districts of Zambia. I think we have presence as Drug Enforcement Commission. Visit our offices and we'll be able to help you so that you are a productive, healthy citizen of Zambia. Thank you so much. God bless you. Be smart and stay away from drugs. Thank you.
We definitely want to sincerely thank you, Madam Cleopatra, for that informative, educative talk. What a wonderful reminder indeed. We need to be aware of the effects of drug and alcohol abuse. I'm sure they say information is power. This information will protect our students, especially when they come here, because there are a number of students who want to take advantage of the new students, so they will come up with all sorts of stories. Sometimes there are a group of people who try to come up with other vices. Sometimes even in baking cakes, they'll give you, and then you sleep the whole day. Meanwhile, the exam is on or the test is on. So by the time you are waking up, because of the drug that was administered to you by people, you find that you miss such important events. So be aware of the drug and alcohol abuse. Even at home, now you're a student, you're a rare student, be focused. So we want to continue now with Her Royal Highness, Madam Chama, the ICT training. We still have our manager, ICT. We are grateful, sir, for the love that you are extending to us. So once again, Madam Cleopatra, the Drug Enforcement Commission, we really appreciate the partnership that has been there. They say, oh, we're a friend. So thank you so much. We are really humbled to come to us at a short notice. Madam Chama.
Thank you so much, sir. We shall carry on from where we left off. So before we left off, we were just about to wind up discussing Zoom, but then I'll respond to a few questions that I've been receiving and answering in the comments. So in terms of the links to join various schools, only the ones that are registered under the School of Science, Engineering and Technology have been provided. The School of Agriculture and Natural Resources is yet to communicate. The School of Business Studies is yet to communicate with a link, as well as the School of Social Sciences and Education. So we are still waiting for links for the other schools. Hopefully they will be provided to you before the end of orientation tomorrow, but the relevant people are aware that the link is needed and will be given to you. So now we have a few questions on whether environmental studies is under NS. Remember I said we are still waiting for feedback. So once that is given, you shall be made aware. Lab Tech is under NS for the first year, so just ensure that you use your surname as an indication to figure out which group you belong to. So your surname will indicate which group you belong to. So for those in Lab Tech, Nursing, Engineering, Pre-Med should be able to know which group they belong to. So you look for Group A, Lectures Foundation Science on the timetable. So I don't think there are any questions on the timetable for now. So if there are any, kindly ask your questions in the comments. But the timetable should be clear by now, except for those that are doing environmental studies. I noticed your timetable isn't missing. The relevant people have been told and they are adding it. You should be able to see it by Friday. So if you're in school of SET, or rather if you're in SET, let me know so that I can add the link for Telegram. So if you're in NS, kindly comment so that I provide the link. So I'm going to post the link for SET students only. So that's the Telegram group you should download and then join. So if you're doing any science-related courses, please download the Telegram app and join the group. So perfect. Everyone seems to be in SET and is doing NS. So just click that link. You'll be asked to download Telegram from the Play Store. Simply download it and you should be able to join. So the meeting ID and password will be provided on Zoom. If it's not there, that means your lecturer hasn't yet added, so you have to wait for your lecturer to add that information. If you can't see your Zoom meeting ID or password, you have to wait. There's nothing that you can do except wait for that information to be given to you. All right, we shall now move on. So I think everyone is now clear on the timetable, which groups they belong to. Clarifications will be made later. So in terms of the apps that you need to successfully complete all your continuous assessments, attend lectures successfully, you might need a few of the following. First of all, you might either need to download Zoom or Google Meet. Now, these two are dependent on what your lecturer will prefer, but for now, have them both installed so that you are not left behind. Then, in terms of communication, you can either use Telegram or WhatsApp. Again, this is according to the lecturer's preference. I would advise that you download both so that you are ready. Then once it's been established which one is the preferred method, you delete the other app. Then in terms of Moodle, for the app, you don't need it. This one is optional. You can access Moodle on your web browser just fine. But if you decide to go the Moodle route, you are required to enter a site URL. The site URL that you should add is https:// we have slashes all the way up to Moodle. So the School of Social Sciences is yet to send information on how to contact the HOD. So School of Social Sciences, School of Business, School of Education, School of Agriculture and Natural Resources is yet to get back with feedback on how you are going to access them. Hopefully that will be given by tomorrow. Alright, so if you're going to download the app again for Moodle, this is the URL that you should add. So in terms of a recap, this is all that we discussed yesterday. The Telegram link I have posted are for SET students, so science, engineering and technology students. So the app currently, in Telegram, there are currently 293 members. So kindly join so that you can ask all your questions concerning your missing courses such as Chemistry 111. If you have more than 5 courses for SET, you should be able to contact your HOD within the Telegram group. Any contact, if anyone from SET, NS, Nursing, Lab Tech, Computer Science, Engineering requires contact with the HOD, please communicate via the Telegram group that has been sent. So for any other program or schools, no link has been provided. You have to wait until that information is made available. You do not need Moodle for an app. This one is optional. You can use the browser. For the Telegram app, it's for any student doing NS, engineering, computer science, IT, any of the other sciences, lab tech, anyone who is registered under the School of Science, Engineering, Technology, you can join that group and ask your questions. It's not strictly for NS students. If your timetable is indicating group 1, I will clarify what that means once I have feedback. There is no password for Telegram. You should simply join if you have it downloaded on your phone. SET is not a social science. School of Social Sciences has its own branch. And remember, all classes start next week, so ensure that you have all these applications installed, including data bundles to attend the lectures on Zoom or Google Meet, depending on what your lecturers prescribe. We have members of staff in the groups, so yes, it's a good idea to behave. If you're doing computer science, you should have 4 courses because you're under NS now. You can simply go to the Play Store and download Telegram. So if you go to Google Play Store on your phone, so I'm just going to it on the browser so that you see what Telegram looks like. If you search Telegram, you should be able to see the app. So this is the Telegram app that you need to install. It works the exact same way WhatsApp works, except we are allowed to have up to 200,000 participants at a time. So just go to your Google Play Store on your phone. You should be able to download it. So I think we have clarified everything else. We shall now go to the Microsoft Word section, which is what we were supposed to discuss today. So with Microsoft Word, the essence of this session is basically to get you oriented with Microsoft, because ideally this is the software that you'll be using for typing your assignments or your labs, as well as your exam at the end of the semester. So today we are just going to cover the basics, but next semester most of you will be able to take ICT 132, which goes into this software in detail. So today we are going to briefly discuss creating and naming a document, copying blocks. So we are going to look at copying, how we cut to move information from one section of a document to another and replace it using the paste function. Then we are going to look at justification. So this is where we align your text, look at headings and set page numbering, as well as look at graphics such as images, clip art, discuss tables briefly, see how we can use the inbuilt spell checker to check our grammar and spellings, and also look at citations and references so that you are able to properly cite and reference your work, and also saving your file in a different format such as PDF, provided you are asked to change it on Moodle. But I have also prepared a simple link so that you can get started with preparing a document. So in Word, usually the heading formatting styles that you use will be able to allow you to formulate a table of contents, and I have given a YouTube URL which you guys can watch in your own time so that you have an idea to properly format your documents. So let's start with creating our document. And by the way, since Microsoft Word is a paid product, if it asks for a serial key or code and you don't have one to provide, you can use an alternative called WPS, which is a free software that you can easily use to do all of the same tasks that Microsoft Word offers. So to create your document in Word, on your laptop, usually you'd have your programs installed. For my in my case, I already have Microsoft Word pinned to my taskbar, but you don't have it pinned to your taskbar. You can simply search for it in your start menu by typing the word Word itself, and you should see the app open. And when you click the app, you should see a dialog box open asking you to create it from a template. Then we have different templates to choose from. For now, we shall go with a blank document. This is how you simply open up your Word document. So I have another Word template that I want to use that has predefined heading styles. So I'll quickly open that document. So now you notice the difference that in this one, my heading styles have already been given. I have one for a main heading, and then I have 1.1. This will give me the first subheading, and I have subheadings listed up to 6. So using these formatting styles, I can easily create an assignment, document, or an exam and adequately format it and create a table of content. So with the heading styles already enabled, and you can get the styles enabled by watching the YouTube video which I have given a link to here. When you watch this video, you'll be able to create these predefined headings. You are then able to go ahead and start typing your assignment. So the reason why I'm teaching Word is because this is the main tool that you'll be using for typing your assignments. For Google Meet, a meeting link and password or PIN will be provided. Agriculture science is part of NSES. So once you have your heading styles sorted out, you should be able to type in your words. So now this will vary from lecturer to lecturer and department to department. Ideally, you should have your cover page also configured. So your cover page should have information such as your first name, your student number. You should also have the course that you are submitting that assignment for. Maybe also the assignment number in case you have multiple assignments for that course, and also the date due. But all of this information will be given to you by your specific lecturers. So let's say you are typing your assignment and you have the following text written down as your main body. You need to format this so that it looks more appealing. So to start with, we have your paragraphing group. By the way, this is referred to as your ribbon, and this is where you find a list of all possible commands that you can execute in Word. And within each ribbon, you have different groups. So we have the clipboard group, the font group, the paragraph group, and the styles. And the following options at the top are called tabs. So we have the Home tab, Insert tab, Design, Layout, and so on and so forth. So this software will be discussed in detail next semester, but for now, this is just to get you going. So ideally, the first thing that you'll be required to do would be to align your paragraphs so that they are justified. And to justify your paragraphs, you simply click this icon under the paragraph group. And this will justify your text. You can also format your paragraph spacing to whichever paragraph spacing will be prescribed. Usually the default is 1.5 or 1.15. You can also change the font of your text, and the default, usually the academic standard is Times New Roman with a size of 12. So this is where you'd come to change the font. simply click this small arrow. You have a drop down of available fonts, and when you scroll through each font and hover over it, the text that you've highlighted will also change according to the font that you're pointing at, but in your case, ideally, you most likely use Times New Roman, and the size generally is 12. So this is how you format one paragraph. Then I can also select the second paragraph and then change the alignment to justified, and then increase my font to 12 and also change my font. I can even verify the spacing that it's on 1.15 just to get it going. You can also do this on your phone. So on your mobile phones, ideally you'll be working with WPS. So this is what WPS looks like. This is the free version. If you do not have a paid version of Word, you can use this one. You can equally do the same things here in Word. So I'm going to copy the same text and show you that you can also do this in WPS. So we have our text pasted. I'm then going to change the alignment and also change the font here to 12, and also the font type to Times New Roman. So you can align that text so that it matches, and there you go. So this is how you would simply copy and paste content that you are working on and format the paragraphs as well as change the font and alignment. Any questions on how you go about copying and pasting, alignment and fonts before I proceed to adding graphics such as pictures and tables? So this is the link for the YouTube video for creating styles. So which part aren't you clear on? You have to specify which part. So not clear on the mobile phone, how to paragraph the content. All right, I'll go through this. Justification of a paragraph. All right, so I've just added the link for the YouTube video for creating heading styles. Before I discuss turning a Word document to PDF, let me make sure we understand this other section first. All right, so back into Word. Let's say you are typing your assignment and we want to format some text. So since I've already added text there, let me add some under this section. So when you copy and paste information into Word, using your keyboard, you can paste using Ctrl+V. And you can copy using Ctrl+C. Now when it comes to justifying your paragraphs, first of all, you can highlight which paragraph you want. So for instance, in this case, I'm starting from most all the way up to this full stop here. The first, to align your paragraph, you have these alignment options to the top. You have these alignment options. So we have the one that aligns to your left, the one that aligns center, to my right, but we want the one that justifies, which means placing things in the center. So you simply ensure that first of all you highlighted your text, like I have. So you first highlight it by dragging your mouse and then clicking the justify button. That should justify your text for you. When I click on the second paragraph, notice that the justification, or rather the alignment, is on left and not this one. So I'll simply highlight the second paragraph and then select the justify alignment for it to switch. Is justification of paragraphs understood now? Is justification understood? Not really. Let me look for more example text. So in order to copy, there's someone who asked how to go about copying and pasting. So in order to copy information, you first need to highlight it with your mouse. And when you let go and right click on your mouse, you have the following options that show up. So you click copy, and then you can move it to the document that you're working on. So this is the one we're working on. And when you right click, you should have the cut and copy options not highlighted, meaning you can only paste, and I will paste my content. Now going back one more time to explain justifications. So imagine you have your text and your paragraph. You see that it's been aligned to my left, and I know that because when I click anywhere in the paragraph, the alignment icon isn't moving to this one, which is the justified one. So in order to justify my text, I have to select everything and then click justify. And when you justify, notice that the end is usually very, very sharp, or it has a straight line going through it. When I switch it back to left alignment, notice that the line here has got some zigzag kind of pattern, but when you justify it, this turns into a straight line, meaning your text has been properly justified. So for headings, you will need to follow the link that I have posted. So that link will be given again. But in terms of justifying, this is how you go about it in Word, and the same process can be done in WPS. So let's assume you're working on a document. Now we are in WPS. You select the portion of the document you want to put your text. So here, when I right click, I have the paste option. I can also justify my text by simply highlighting it and then clicking the justify. You notice that even in WPS, it also does the same thing. So that's how you copy, paste, and justify your paragraphs. So now let's say you are working on your assignment, and so far you have the following 2 pages done. So let's add some more text so that we can now create a table of content first. So I will then separate these according to different headings. So let's say this part is now the main body, and that's my heading, and maybe my assignment was on climate change. And that was what I had written under climate change. Under this one, it will update automatically to the new subheading. And let's say it's now 2.1. Then section 3 might be effects of COVID-19. And we have some text that we are writing. So remember, copying and pasting is you select the text and then paste it. Using Control V. And then let's say at the end of your assignment you say conclusion. And this is where you write your own conclusion to say, I have learned a lot about climate change, although this needs to be further investigated or something. So this is where you write your conclusion. Make sure your spellings are correct. Ideally, okay, so let me leave this as is so that I demonstrate how you go about using your spelling checker within Word. So let's say you are done typing your entire assignment. You want to hand it in, but you first want to check the grammar. So in order to check grammar, you are then going to go to the review tab on top, and towards your left you have spelling and grammar check. When you click that button, it will then bring the spelling and grammar check to your right, and it will give you a few suggested words that it thinks are better alternatives, or what it thought you might have intended to write. So in this case, my word was although, so I'll select although and then say change. It will go to the top of the bottom and then ask for, this time it's a grammar mistake, so you can ignore it if you're sure that grammar was right. Then for this one, it's asking to change a reference. I will ignore for this one. And for this one, I will also ignore the grammar, but ensure that you check the grammar. So for this one, it's saying Boolean is a capital B, so I will change that. And I also change this version. And once your spelling and grammar check is done, you say okay. So I'm seeing a lot of comments. So alignment again. There are plenty of tutorials online that you can reference for copying and pasting. But let's say we have, this is our assignment and we wanted to align it. Let me pick something else to copy. So if you want to copy something, you first have to go to that document you are copying from. So let's say I'm copying from the Discrete Mathematics course outline and syllabus, and I want to copy the M. So in order to copy the M, I will first highlight all the text using my mouse. To highlight, I'm clicking down on my left and then dragging the mouse to my right and at the bottom. And then when I let go, I'm able to right click to copy. When I'm done copying, I can then close this document if I'm done copying from it, and then I can paste it wherever I want. So let's say I want to add the information between effects and the conclusion. So I can then create space for myself so that I'm able to paste. So in order to paste, I will then right click on my mouse and then paste so that the information I've copied from the syllabus document is also added here. So since this one isn't justified, I will go ahead and select everything again, go back to the Home tab, and then justify it there. I think justification is finally understood. So I'm using Microsoft Word. For certain courses, justification isn't necessary, but it just makes presentation of your assignment neater. You can only create a table of contents after you're done with the assignment and after you have created heading styles. So let's assume you've created your assignment, you're done typing. So we want to create our table of contents. So you create a space at the top and then maybe give it a heading, table of content. So you make sure that your cursor is right at the position where you want your generated table of contents to be. So in order to do that, you should ensure that your heading styles are configured. You have selected a position where your table of contents will be, and then under the reference tab, you have an option to your left that says table of contents. When you click that command, it will ask you to create various automated built-in table of contents. When you select each one, the pre-formatted versions will appear. So I selected the first option, and this is the table of content that was generated. So you see that I have my page numbers already indicated, and even the lines that link the topic and the page numbers are already added. Justification, like I said, is not mandatory, but it makes your document more easier to read. If you're going to, for handwritten assignments, you are supposed to scan those ones. We are discussing how to hand in handwritten assignments tomorrow. If you're using a phone, I suggest you download WPS. WPS has a free version on the phone. You can type your assignments on your phone. If you can't understand, you can watch the playback slowly at your own time. Assignments may be handwritten or typed, and that will be indicated by your specific lecturers. The table of contents does not necessarily have to be on the first page. If you want it on a separate page, you just ensure that you move the contents to the next page, like I have done. So now table of contents is alone. So we have the table of contents alone here and the content of your assignment on the second page. You can submit on your phone the same way that you submit on the browser. This can all be done on the phone, except it is tedious to do on your phone. It will take you longer, but it can be done. So let's assume you are now done. So now we are looking at saving your assignments. So once you are done with your assignment, you can save it by either using your keyboard with Ctrl+S. In Word, you have the save icon always at the top left there. But let's say you've been asked to send this assignment in PDF. So when you're doing this in PDF, the first thing you go to is you click the File tab. Within the File tab, you have the following options, but the one that you should focus on is the Save As option. So remember, we're trying to save this as PDF. So to get there, click File at the top left and then click Save As. When the Save As button is clicked, it will ask you which location you want to save it to. In this case, I want to save it to this specific folder. Then we have the dialog box that will open up. So within this dialog box, you notice that it has already indicated DOC here, but we want this in PDF. So to change this PDF, you use this drop-down menu which has Save As Type. When you click this and scroll to the bottom, right here where it says PDF, this is the document type that you choose. When you click that, it automatically changes the extension to PDF. And then once this is done, you can then save your assignment. At this stage, you are also allowed to change the name. So let's say I'm changing it from Word template to Assignment 1 SSE 121. And then I will click Save. So this will save my document in PDF, and then it will open it up in my installed default PDF reader. So this is the document that we've just created, and it's now opened in a PDF reader. So now, table of contents again. So I'll go through that once more. So I'm going to delete the one I have created so that we start from the top on how to create and generate the table of content. So in order to generate your table of content, you first need to finish typing your assignment, and then at the top or right after the cover page, we haven't yet created the cover page in this example, but let's assume you have your cover page. Once that is done, you are going to then find a point where you want your table of contents to be added. In this case, I'm adding it after this line. So right underneath here and before main. So within this space, I want my table of contents to be added. So you first go to the the reference tab. Review is for spelling and checking your grammar. So under the references tab, you select table of contents to your left. When you click table of contents, you have the automatic table 1, automatic table 2, or manual table of contents. If you configured your heading styles, you should be able to use automatic table 1 just fine. When you click automatic table 1 here, this corresponding table of contents is created for you. So we can then move the content to the next page by pressing enter on the keyboard and then saving it. But you now notice that this section which says main heading is on page 2, but this one still says page 1. So in order to update the page number, you click update table and then say update entire table. You can update page numbers, but ideally it's a good idea to update the entire table. When you click OK, everything should now reflect the new page numbers. So everything here is on page 2, and then the following section is on page 3. So Moses asks, why do you justify? So that your document looks more appealing and clear. It's not mandatory. So now let's go ahead and do some spelling and grammar checks. So now let's make a few mistakes and delete some letters so that we have our spelling check done. So let's say as you were typing, you omitted a few letters. So to get to spelling and grammar check, you go to the review tab and then move to your left. We have a spelling and grammar option under the review tab. When you click spelling and grammar here, you have another window or panel that will open to your right. That will bring you options that you can use to change. So in this case, it's highlighting the word there for them. So meaning it's looking at this section of the document which has been highlighted. So you can read the sentence first to verify if them is a better alternative. So if you see that them is a better alternative, you simply say change and it will change it. Notice that the highlighting has now moved from here to where the new spelling grammar has been found. So we have availability, but it's been spelled incorrectly. So to change that, it's given us the correct spelling and we can simply click change. The document will then move on to the next area, which is this section here. And this is supposed to be hotel, but it's also given me other alternatives. So I can easily change it to motel or hotel, but the correct one is hotel, and then change. The next area is consumer type. So it's given me the correct spelling and I can change it. For this one, because this is a reference, I have to verify if this is the correct reference spelling. So if that's the case, I will then change it. Then for this one, it has also highlighted this one, but I will choose to ignore it. We also have hotel again there. So you simply click which word you're looking for and then change. The next word is highlighted, which is services, and I want services at the top and then change. The reference has also been updated, same with students and statement. Once it's done, you have the pop-up bar that says your spelling and grammar check is complete. So I can't see the comments because I'm demonstrating. So I can only respond to comments once I'm done with the demonstration. Handwritten assignments and scanning will be talked about tomorrow, Matthews. Your lecturer will specify whether you must type or handwrite your assignments. Scanning handwritten assignments will be discussed tomorrow. So if you want to find out how to scan, please attend tomorrow's ICT training. The purpose of the table of content is to highlight what it is that you are talking about and what sections have been added and which page number can be used to find that specific content rather than reading the entire document. If I wanted to read information on, let's say, effects of COVID, I would simply go straight to page 3 instead of reading the entire document. Assignments again will be advised whether they should be typed or handwritten, and if you're going to be writing them by hand, you need to scan them and convert to PDF. That will be done tomorrow. So now let's assume you are done typing your assignment, you've converted it to PDF or Word, and you want to submit it. So in order to submit your assignment, you should submit it on Moodle, and this is why you need to ensure that you have your course registration complete and you are able to see all your courses on Moodle. So on Moodle, first thing is you log in with your student number, for instance 2020-03-123, or whatever your student number is. So I'll log in with my user name. Mine is my name. For students, always log in with your student number every single time. Never log in with your name. So once you've logged in, it's time to submit your assignment. So let's pick a course that you want to submit to. So let's say we are submitting to 271, or in your cases it might be SSE 121 or Biology 111. You will know that it is an assignment by this icon to my left. It has got a hand and a paper symbol in it. So you click the assignment, and also, let me change the view to student. So this one has already been submitted. Let's pick another assignment to submit to. Also submitted for grading. So if you are submitting your assignment, ideally this will be gray. So we are just going to use this same one. You will have a few instructions on what you should do for the assignment. In this case, we've been asked to read through the policy, enter a few details, but ensure that we've changed to PDF. And we now know how to change to PDF in Word. So we save it as our student number and then upload it back to Moodle. So when we are in Moodle, you should see a button that says Add Submission if you haven't submitted anything. So it will have the button that says Add Submission. So when you log on to Moodle, you click Add Submission. In my case, it says Edit because I've already submitted something. You are then going to agree to the submission statement by clicking it or ensuring that the checkbox is ticked. And then you are then going to either drag your files here or you are going to add them using the file picker. So I'm going to show you how to drag your assignment using the drag and drop feature if you're using your laptop. So let's say this is the PDF that you want to send. So you simply click on it with your mouse while holding the mouse down, and then it will say let go or move your file. This is how you drag and drop your assignment into Moodle using the drag and drop feature. I will also show you how to do it using the file picker. But before I do that, has everyone seen how you can drag and drop using your laptop? You can only drag and drop using your laptop and not your mobile phone. So if you understand drag and drop, please comment drag and drop. Comment drag and drop or yes, that's fine. So I'll demonstrate that. Some people are saying no, repeat drag and drop. All right. Great. So to drag and drop, you first of all need to know where that document is. So in your File Explorer, you open it up, not the whole way through, so that you are able to see this blue arrow. Ensure that you are able to see this blue arrow so that you can drag and drop your document. So just open your Windows Explorer about halfway through and then go to the location where this file is. Let's say my file is in Documents and I'm looking for a PDF. So I have to look for a PDF document. So there we go. So we have a PDF document that we are going to drag and drop. So you select that document. Using the mouse, you are going to click on the left and then move it towards the arrow. So when you're in the arrow, these blue lines will change from red to blue. This means you can release the mouse. Once you release the mouse, you are able to see that your file has been uploaded to Moodle. So if drag and drop is now clear, please comment release. There we go, release. So by dragging and dropping it, that simply means you have uploaded your assignment to Moodle. You can't see ICT 361 because you are not registered for that course. You can only see ICT 361 if you're doing mobile application. So 361 is mobile application programming for third year computer science students only. So I'm just using this as a demo. So there are still people who are not clear on dragging and dropping. I'll demonstrate this again. So let's go back to the starting point. So let's assume this is your assignment that you are submitting, and this is the one that you have been working on with this table of contents that you've generated and these paragraphs. So this is the assignment you are trying to submit. Remember, first, if you are being asked, convert it to PDF, you click File, Save As, select the folder, and then where we have Save Type As, you click PDF. This will change it to PDF, and then you can click Save. So our document has been saved as PDF, and we want to upload it to Moodle. So there are two ways to upload it. You can drag and drop it, and also use the file picker. So once you are in the assignment, you have a button that should read Add Submission. Because I've already done this multiple times, it's saying Edit. But let's say we have this button saying Add Submission. So you click Add Submission. The first thing that you do is agree to the submission statement. And this is the location that you need to drag your document to. So first of all, open your File Explorer. You're not going to open it the whole way. If you want, you can open them side by side like this, so that you have Moodle to your right and your document to your left. But I prefer having it the full size on Moodle and then just opening this one halfway. The main point is that make sure you can see this arrow so that you can drag and drop your files there. So this is the Word, or rather the PDF document we are uploading. So I will then highlight using my mouse by clicking it with the left click button, and then I will move it across to my right. You notice that the dotted lines are turning red and blue. So when they are red, it means I am not in the correct region. I need to move it further. So when I reach the center and these lines are blue, I can let go and my file is uploaded. This time, if dragging and dropping is understood, comment uploaded.
Okay, at least, yes. It's beginning to get blurry.
Okay, we have a few uploaded and not uploaded coming through. All right, so this is one way. Now for the people using mobile phones, unfortunately this feature is not available for you. So if you're using a mobile phone, now I'm going to demonstrate this for mobile phone users or even PC users. This is how you are going to upload your assignment. So on Moodle, you have this icon that says add. So you click that button and you have a dialog window that will pop up that says file picker. This simply enables you to select that file and upload it to Moodle from the location where you have saved it, either on your phone or on your laptop or PC. So let's say you are using your phone and you want to upload using the file picker. You click choose file, and this will be the same for the people using laptops as well. Then you select the file that you want and then click open. Remember, choose file first, select the file, and then open. Once you're happy with the file, you say upload this file, and this file is added to Moodle for your submission. So at this point, you now know how to drag and drop if you're using your PC, and also use a file picker if you're using a mobile phone or your PC. It works the same way. Once you are done with the file picker or drag and drop, always save changes to finalize your assignment submission. So in the chat, comment file picker if you understand how to select and upload your file using your mobile phone and the file picker. You can only resubmit an assignment if the lecturer has enabled that option. For this option, I have enabled it for students to make changes before the deadline. You can only make changes before the deadline elapses. So Ethel, the work can be either handwritten or typed. The lecturer will tell you for that specific course. It's not cut across the board that everyone should type. So your lecturer should tell you whether you have to handwrite it and then scan it. Scanning will be discussed tomorrow so that everyone understands how to submit handwritten assignments. If your courses are not showing up on Moodle, you have to ensure that you have registered and your courses have been approved first. The procedure for file picking is exactly the same on mobile phones, just as I've demonstrated here on the laptop. So Catherine, the way you see it on this PC is the same way you see it on the mobile phone. For calculations, your lecturers will advise Not all files have to be submitted in PDF, but your exams need to be submitted in PDF. This is why I'm demonstrating PDF. Repeat on how to turn to PDF. Yes, I'll do that. Calculations can be done according to what your lecturer prescribes. If you want your courses to be approved, the HOD is going to go through that, so no need to do anything. That will be done for you, and they will show automatically. Is it Water who's asking about calculations? Those will be communicated to you by your lecturer. How will you be told if there is a lecture? You need to check Moodle for any updates or join either the WhatsApp groups or Telegram groups for your program or school. So Spiwa is asking, how do we do it on phones? The exact same way that I've shown the file picker is exactly how it is shown on phones. So now let me go through changing a Word document to PDF. So this is our assignment that we were working on, the one that has your table of contents. Let's say you are now done. You are typing it in Word. Maybe you are doing an economics assignment or a course in education and you want to convert to PDF. What you first need to do is go to File. In the top left, there's a tab that says File just before Home. So you click File, and File shows you what we refer to as the backstage area. So in the backstage area, you should look for an option that says Save As. Right here. So this is the option you're looking for to change as PDF. Save As. When you click Save As, you'll be asked to verify which folder you're saving it in. So in this case, I'm saving it to the desktop. So I click Desktop here. But the trick to changing this to a PDF is where we save the type as. So we can click this drop-down menu and then PDF. Once you click PDF, even the file extension here will change to PDF, and then you click Save, and that file is saved to the desktop in this case. So this is the file here on my desktop. So there's a group for Set Amos. This is a Telegram group. That's the group that you need to join. For quizzes, it's different. The quizzes are marked automatically and you are able to see the grades after the quiz is over. So I will show you a demo of a quiz. So a quiz in Moodle will look like this. It will have a paper icon with a tick on it. So when you click the quiz, you'll be given a few instructions according to the course that you're taking and how many attempts you're allowed. For this one, 2 attempts are allowed. And then I can preview the course. So when the quiz starts, you'll be able to see the question in the center and also how far along you have gotten in terms of answering the quiz. So this quiz has a total of 8 questions and you can even see the timer counting down from 20 minutes. And you can answer your questions by typing in the answer in the spaces provided and clicking Next. So you have also different formatted questions that you answer. When you're done typing in the spaces provided, you simply go on the next page for the next question. You can also write the answer here numerically. This one. So at this point, you see that when you answer a question, it changes to gray. And when you haven't answered it, it still remains white. So when you're done, you click next page. When you're done answering a question, you click next. So at this point, you've answered 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You still have 6, 7, and 8. So the quiz comes in different formats. And when you're done, you are able to see a summary of your quiz attempt. So this will say you have answered question 1 and your answer has been saved. And then when you are done, you can even see how much time is still left, because these are timed quizzes. You say submit and then finish, and then you are able to send your submissions. Your lecturer will then go through your quiz and then mark it. So this is what a quiz looks like. So all assignments are given on Moodle. So make sure that your course registration is done and you've paid 50% of the fees so that you can access all the assessments on Moodle. You do not see your assignment's title on your profile in Eduro. You see that on Moodle. Only when the lecturer has added the assignment. So if there are no questions, it's now 12:30. Tomorrow we shall discuss other ICT resources. So if there are no questions from the group, I will then go ahead and paste the link for the headings so that you can get your Microsoft Word configured. If you missed anything, you have access to watch the video. It's been recorded and saved, so you have access to rewatching anything if it wasn't clear. So that's the YouTube link so that you can start formatting your Word document. So for registration, just wait for your courses to be approved. Wait for if you've paid 50% and still can't register, your accounts need to be first, your payment needs to be posted by accounts first. The quiz demonstration will be given by every individual lecturer in each course that you're taking, so don't worry. For the next session, we resume at 14. So you can now take a break, have your breakfast or lunch for those that haven't yet eaten. We'll see you at 14 hours. And for those that want a demonstration for scanning handwritten assignments, please do not miss the ICT training tomorrow.
You tell me when I'm on.
The microphone is now live, and I'm going to transition you to the right screen so they will now see you. You are live.
I start.
You can start.
Good afternoon, students. Collins James Lungu, the Chief Security Officer from Mulungushi University. It's a pleasure to have you, though we can't see each other. Because of this COVID thing, we'll continue to link with one another through this same system. However, what is important is the message that I will deliver to you concerning some of the few tips on security matters. The first one, which may concern you even if you are at your parents' or guardian's house or home, is something to do with GBV. GBV is a short abbreviation for gender-based violence. It can happen to anyone, male or female, but it's more common on females. Female girls especially have been victims in this, which is an offense in many ways, and also it borders on infringement of the human rights. Gender-based violence is in 5 terms. First one is child marriage. I'll explain those one by one. The next one is female genital mutilation. The other one is honor killings. The other one is trafficking for sex or slavery. The other one is intimate partner violence. This I'll explain also. The other one is physical punishment. The last one is sexual, emotional, or psychological violence. Now, at the police station, we have got a section that deals specifically with such kind of cases. We know this section as a victim support unit. They deal with these cases. Now, let me also state that these offenses, because they happen anywhere, although we don't encourage such things from happening here, suppose we were based here in the campus, but because you are there out with parents, these offenses do happen. I will explain on child marriage, which is very straightforward. With child marriage, you find that either especially the parents who marry off the young girl who is below 18 years of age to a very grown-up man, just because they want to benefit or they want to get money out of the girl child. This is not allowed. It's known as child marriage. It's totally not acceptable. Some chiefs in Zambia have also come out and are against this vice. And they are now collaborating with the government wings, government security wings. So that is child marriage. It's marrying off a girl who is below age, below the stated or legal age. We'll go to the other one, which is female genital mutilation. This one is very common in the northern parts of Africa, where they would do, when a girl comes to a certain age, actually, sometimes even as a baby, they will tend to use the elderly women in the village or in the community to do an operation to remove those parts that are private on the girl child. This is unacceptable. This is not allowed. This is also an offense. It borders on human rights again. I'll come to honor killings. Honor killings, this is where you find, this is where you find in certain communities, especially again in the northern part of Africa, where you will find parents or certain tribes, they will wish to donate a girl child to a certain chief or to a certain tribe. By donating such, that girl is automatically sent into slavery. They can kill her at any time. In most cases, it will be killing so that that tribe is honored. That is also not allowed, it's unacceptable. Trafficking for sex or slavery. Some girl children sometimes are cheated by being told or being recruited to say there's a job waiting for them in the other country. When they reach such a country, they find that such jobs are not there. Instead, they are taken into slavery, either for sexual benefits of other people or just to start working illegally without pay. Such is also unacceptable. It borders on the gender-based violence. We have also physical. Before I come to physical, let me go to intimate partner violence. This violence is within the family, the husband and the wife. You find that the husband may wish to spend the night with the wife, but the wife will not agree. But the husband will force himself on the wife. That is borders on rape. It's an offense. A girl child also may be smacked by a relative, either an uncle or so, without her consent. That also borders on physical or intimate relation with that elderly man. It's not acceptable. It's not allowed. Such people should be reported to relevant authorities. This also borders on incest. If an uncle goes to sleep with the child, in the niece in the house, that is incest and is an offense. There is also physical punishment where maybe a girl child will be given too many jobs to do at home rather than share it with the boy child. That is also physical punishment which is not allowed. Then there is also sexual, emotional, and psychological violence. This is similar with the above cases. Suppose the girl child is always pushed, her hair being pulled, she's told to do all sorts of unacceptable works. That borders on a psychological violence and also emotional violence. Sexual violence is already known. I've spoken about it on top here. So let's be wary, let's be informed that all these vices here are not acceptable. Now, because of this corona thing, we are using this system, and you are out there accessing information through electronic media. But suppose you came back, suppose this COVID was removed from our country, or it ended, you would be forced to come at the base, you would come back to the campus and become a resident student. There Other things that are not allowed also when one is here. All students are expected to be in their rooms. And never to be found in a room of the opposite sex after 23 hours. After 23 hours. Anybody found in the hostel of an opposite sex will be treated to have gone contrary to the rules and the regulations of the university. Now let me talk about the common offenses that are usually committed by students when they come here. This one which I've mentioned is one of them. The other one is thefts. You find some students like stealing from other students. In most cases, they steal laptops and phones and end up selling them in Kabwe Town, sometimes in Kapiri, and use the money to drink their heads off at a bar known as Chivende nearby here. It's a very common bar. Such borders on a criminal mentality, and it's a criminal offense to steal from another student. It's a very serious case because you would end up being taken to the police station. And you know what happens when you are taken to the police station, you are locked up and you are taken to court, where in the end you end up being remanded in custody, maybe in Mpima prison or Mkobeko prison, which would be very sad, especially that the parents or the sponsors, the guardians have spent so much money on you. The other offense, which is very common, is that one of students, like I said, found in an opposite sex's room, but is spending the whole night there. This is not also allowed. This one is unacceptable. Others, they do fight because of maybe unknown reasons that are very, very absurd and unlogical. They will fight over a boy, especially the girls. We have seen girls who have fought. They have fought over men, over boys. This is also unacceptable. This is also very bad. So we wish that this COVID thing would end so that all of you would be back here. We have very good security in campus. We have got very good security in campus. Like I said, the thefts are between students, which we don't encourage actually. But we have got very good security in campus, whereby students can move freely from hostel to the classrooms, from the classrooms to the hostels at any time. There is no shishita in campus. It is very safe. It is really very, very safe. Maybe in conclusion, I would urge that as you prepare yourselves to come on campus, when you are on campus, make sure that you leave your doors and windows locked each time you go for classes. Also, avoid peer pressure, especially on marijuana. This one is also a very common offense or vice amongst students. It's not acceptable. It will land you in problems. But otherwise, your stay here would be very, very enjoyable and you would benefit a lot. But for now, we will continue to talk to each other using the same media that we are using. With these very few words, I would say thank you very much for your attention and we wish you well. And please stay indoors. Don't go outside. Stay safe. Thank you very much.
if not, you're on this camera,
On which camera?
the one out here.
Okay, okay,
And you have 100 and something people watching.
okay. Are we ready?
Yes, you're ready. You're on that.
Oh, I'm online right now.
Yes.
Oh, okay, thanks. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Mrs. Wezi Kakosa. I just want to take you through a few academic regulations that you need to understand before you actually start your lessons. But I think first, before I go to that, let me talk about the student loans. I'd like to inform you that we got in touch with the Higher Education Scholarships and Loans Board, and we are informed that if we are lucky, the list might be out by Friday, if not between Monday and Tuesday next week. So for those waiting for those lists, I think we encourage you to exercise a bit of patience. Then I'll go straight to the academic regulations. What I'll do is I'll just give a brief overview of all the academic regulations. The first part is your responsibility as a student. So it's your responsibility to make sure you register as a student. So for all those who are yet to register, I would encourage you to make the 50% payment and get in touch with us for registration, or you can simply register yourselves online. In case of challenges with payments not reflecting, please feel free to send copies of your deposit slips to this number, 0973 461 005. That's the account number. Sometimes it may be off, but just take a screenshot of your slip and send it to that number through WhatsApp. Then the other thing I'd like to touch on is your examinations. So your examinations are divided into two. There's the part called the continuous assessments, and there's the final exam. The continuous assessment is out of 40, while the final exam is out of 60. So let me give a brief explanation on what we mean by continuous assessment. So from the time you start your lessons, there'll be tests or assignments and quizzes given to you. These tests and assignments should be taken seriously because they form part of your final exams. These will be marked out of 40. So these are done while you are learning. From, I'm sure from next week, if you receive something like a quiz, take it seriously because it will form part of your final results. Then you write your exams at the end of the year, the end of the academic year, the end of the semester, sorry. In this case, your exams will be written somewhere in December. Your exams will be out of 60, like I mentioned. So make sure that you take your continuous assessments very, very seriously because they are part of your exams. And then the other part I would like to touch on is class attendance. Please ensure you attend 80% of the classes. For you to make a good CA, you need to be in class, available throughout. 80% is the minimum. So please ensure you attend classes. Do not absent yourselves unnecessarily. Then in terms of exams, I think we'll be able to communicate with you on how these exams will be done before the end of the semester. In the meantime, we'd just like to encourage you to take every class seriously because you might miss a quiz. Maybe one day you decide to miss a class and that's the day that the lecturer decides to give a quiz. You'll miss out and that will affect your continuous assessment. So please, class attendance is very, very important. The other part is I think let me talk about some of the breaches and penalties that are expected Though this part I think is more applicable when you are online, and maybe we can touch on it as we make decisions on how your exams will be written. If your exams will be physical, if they'll be written right here, these penalties will apply. So I can take you through some of these penalties just in case the exams will be physical. So during exams, you're expected to present your student identity cards and examination slips. These examination slips can only come out if one has fully registered with the institution. So please, let me emphasize again that registration is very, very cardinal. Ensure if you are yet to register, make at least a 50% payment of your fees and then call us, or you can simply do the registration on your own to ensure that you are eligible for exams in December. The other part is the penalty for not presenting a student identity card and examination slip is that a student will be barred from writing the examinations. Then, therefore, writing such instructions at the beginning of the examinations on continuous writing after expiry of time. You're not allowed to continue writing after the examination period has ended. In this case, if your examinations will be online, you'll be given a time limit. If it will be an exam which will run for 24 hours, you're expected to do everything and submit your exam within that 24 hours. If you submit your exam after the stipulated time, there's a penalty, and the penalty is your paper will not be marked. So please ensure that you follow all the laid down regulations. If you are found to be copying or plagiarizing, you'll be given possibly even 0 for an assignment or a test that you've handed in through Moodle. Then if you're physical and you're discussing with a friend while writing exams, you'll be expelled from the university. So these are some of the regulations that we give to our students as they write their examinations. Then I think let me just touch a bit on plagiarism, especially that your classes are online. So students shall be required to produce original work and shall properly acknowledge the source of any type of information they have used. Any plagiarized work will be failed or nullified. Repeat offenders will be expelled. So please, even as you are given assignments, don't go to Google. Simply Google and copy and paste and submit. Lecturers are able to tell that you've plagiarized your work. So if you plagiarize your work, you will be excluded, or you'll be given a 0 mark. Your paper will be nullified, and you'll get a 0 mark, which will disadvantage you at the end of the day. So this is just a really brief overview the academic regulations. But then at the same time, I think I can take you through the progression rules for the Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery. So in this course, I know there are quite a good number. In fact, the largest number of students are trying to do medicine and surgery. This is a very, very competitive course, and it's got some very strict progression rules. So I'll take you through some of these progression rules. I'll start with, for first year, you're supposed to, like in this case, for this particular year, our minimum points for someone to qualify to go to School of Medicine was 11.5. So you indeed have to work extra hard for you to score such high marks. So I'll take you through some of the progression rules, if at all you qualify to School of Medicine. So firstly, a student with 1D plus may be given a supplementary exam. I think we'll explain further as we go on what we mean by supplementary examinations, what we mean by deferred examinations, or maybe let me explain it a bit right here. We have what we call deferred exams. Deferred exams come about for a student who fails to possibly meet the full payment for the semester. and due to that reason they cannot write the exams, or maybe during the period of exam a student falls sick. We do offer an exam which we call deferred exam, meaning you can write to the dean and request that you write your exams at a later period. This means you'll be away, of course, but for almost a year, for you to come and just come in the following year and write your exams. So we have what we call the deferred examinations, and we have what we call supplementary examinations. Supplementary examinations are given to, it's not offered in these other programs, but offered at the School of Medicine and Health Sciences. These are given to students who score what we call a D+. A D+ is closer to a pass mark. Maybe you've missed it by 2 or 3 points. So we do offer what we call supplementary, so that if you clear your supplementary, then you are allowed to proceed. On the grading system, I think I can explain it a bit more, because you need to understand that you need to score good grades for you to proceed to the next academic year, especially for students in the School of Medicine. So our grading system is, if you score A+, you get 2.5 points. That's 86 and above, which is a distinction. You can score A if you get 2.0 points, and you get between 76 and 85%, which is also a distinction. Then you can score a B+, you get 1.5 points. The percentage is between 66 and 75%, which is a merit. You can also score a B, where you get 1 point. The percentage is 60 to 65%. It's a credit. Then you can also get a C+. You get 0.5 points, and the percentage is between 55 and 59%, which is a clear pass. Or you can get the lowest mark, which is a C, which is 50 to 54, which is just a bare pass. Then there's what we call, I think what I was explaining earlier, the D+, which is a bare fail. So when you have a D+, this is what we call a supplementary. This is when a supplementary exam is offered. This is when you score between 45 and 49%. A supplementary exam is offered so that just in case you had a certain challenge when you are writing exam, you can easily clear and possibly even get a C after writing the exam. Then the D, when you get a D, it means you've scored below 44 and it's a fail. So I would encourage you all to work towards the A+, or at least the A, where you're able to score between 76 and 86 and above. That will give you good marks, and those marks can make you qualify to go to the School of Medicine. So as I was saying, I think I'd like to go back to the progression rules. So I was saying a student, once you qualify to the School of Medicine, it's got very strict regulations. A student with 1 D+, it can be given a supplementary exam. A student with 2 D+, can also be given supplementary exam. A student shall only be allowed to write a supplementary exam after having passed their continuous assessment in the course. I think this takes me back to your continuous assessment. I think I touched on the importance of the continuous assessment. So, like I mentioned, the continuous assessment is out of 40. If you are able to score at least 20 and above for your continuous assessment, that means you've gotten a pass. So please work towards that. Make sure that you have at least a score of 20 and above in your CA. If you're in the School of Medicine, that will even qualify you to write a supplementary exam. But if you've scored below 20 in your continuous assessment, that will disqualify you to write a supplementary exam. Then a student who fails the supplementary exam shall repeat the course. A student with 1D shall repeat the semester. So once you qualify to the School of Medicine and Health Sciences, I'm sure the dean will explain further on this tomorrow as the deans meet you. Once you fail in one course, you repeat the entire semester. At the School of Medicine, you are expected to take 7 courses. So if out of these 7 courses you fail one course, you'll be required to repeat. In fact, you will stay away for a semester, then report in the next academic year and repeat all the courses in the first semester. So, like I mentioned earlier, hard work is the only key here. Then a student with 2Ds or more shall be excluded. So if you're in the School of Medicine, you fail in 2 courses, you are excluded from the School of Medicine. And possibly you can come back here and apply for a different program, to study in a different program. Then one of the other rules is a student repeating the semester shall do all the courses required for the semester, including those previously passed by the student. So like I mentioned, if you fail one course in the School of Medicine, if you are taking 7 courses, you fail in 1 and you pass in 6. And when you repeat that semester, you'll be required to take all the 7, including the 6 courses that you passed. So emphasis again, ensuring you pass the first time you write your exams. So make sure that you just clear so that you don't have to repeat 6 courses that you already passed. Because you fail in 1, you repeat all 6 courses, including the ones that you passed. Then any student who does not write an exam due to illness, bereavement, etc., shall be given a deferred exam, provided the problem is brought to the attention of the assistant dean before the exam. So that's one other area which I needed to touch on. I think I've already talked about it when I talked of deferred exam. Then these other regulations apply to 4th, 5th, and 6th year students. I think these ones will apply later as students progress to 2nd year. Then one other aspect I needed to touch on is the aspect of registration. I know students are registering right now. Some are we are in different schools. Some are in natural sciences, some are in business, social sciences. But then if you feel, no, I might not manage the natural sciences and therefore I feel I should change the program, you have 2 weeks in which to do that. So within these 2 weeks, a student is free to change the program. If you feel, no, I might not manage the natural sciences, but instead I feel I should move into School of Business or possibly School of Education or School of Social Sciences, you are free to do so during the period. All you have to do is get in touch with us, academic office. I think we've provided the contact details. Get in touch with us and we shall be able to change your program within these 2 weeks. We try to encourage students not to change programs way after you've been in class, like maybe even a month after. That causes a lot of confusion. So what we'd like to encourage is if you feel you're not ready, for a certain program, make your decision now. Like I mentioned, you've got 2 weeks in which to change the program. I don't know, those are some of the questions from the students.
Those are just comments and not necessarily questions, but if you see anything you want to respond to, I want to read it.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys have any questions for me. I think you can be asking. I'll be able to respond to them as we go. Yeah.
Do you have pharmacy?
I can see someone's asking about pharmacy. Unfortunately, we don't have pharmacy right now. What we have, the programs that we have that are health related are Bachelor of Medicine and Bachelor of Surgery, and we also have Bachelor of Science in Nursing. So we have nursing, it's a very good program. So for those who feel they might need to change, though you still need to do natural sciences for you to do your nursing. So
is not in the pipeline.
yeah, so my friend is just reminding me here, we have pharmacy will be starting, it's in the pipeline. We've just had a few challenges with delivery of the equipment. Otherwise, it's in the pipeline together with biomedical sciences. So hopefully by the time you're done with your natural sciences, we could have a few more health-related programs on offer. And those who want to make it to School of Business or to School of Medicine and Health Sciences may have a choice. They may choose to do pharmacy or possibly even biomedical sciences, because I'm pretty sure by next year they should be running. I don't know if there are any questions for me.
Students make payments for deferred exams.
For deferred exams, no. If what you do is, if at all you miss the exam, when the time, your continuous assessment, I'm sure I explained about continuous assessment. Your continuous assessment will be kept, it will be intact. So the only part you'll miss out is the exam. So when it's time for you to write the exam, you don't actually pay for deferred exams. You just pay fees for that particular semester. You clear, then you're allowed to write your deferred exams. But of course, I must also mention that I think I mentioned about supplementary exams, and if you write a supplementary exam, you always get a P grade. A P grade is just, it doesn't matter whether you score 90 or you score 50, you always just get a P if it's a supplementary exam. Then plagiarism, I've seen someone talking about plagiarism. Someone is asking if we're able to detect plagiarism. Yes, we are. If you submit your work on Moodle, our system is able to detect that your work was plagiarized. So please avoid plagiarism because it will give you 0.
Student loans.
Student loans.
Quite a bit. You now have 270 people before us.
So student loans, I think I mentioned this earlier. I've gotten in touch with the Higher Education Loans and Scholarships Board. We talked this morning, and I'm informed that if we are lucky by Friday, the list might be out. If not, we'll get feedback even by Monday or Tuesday. So please wait patiently. But for those who've got money, because these loans are offered, there are percentages to these loans. Last year, I can give a good example of last year. Last year, we had all the students who are offered loans were given 50%, meaning part of the amount for tuition has to be paid by the student themselves. So I would like to encourage those who are waiting for those lists that if you've got any monies available right now, just make the payment, even as you wait for the loans board to release the list. Because the possibility is the loans might be 50% again this year. So if you've got any money, I would encourage that you pay the 50%, you register while we wait. Because most likely, like I said, last year it was 50%, most likely it might be 50% again this year. So what if you just get some missing a test because of religious reasons? Why would you miss a test because of religious reasons? Firstly, our classes don't run on Saturdays and Sundays. Classes will run between Monday and Friday. So I think it doesn't matter which denomination you belong to. You'll still be able to attend classes and you're expected to write exams. If you miss a test, it has to be for a very, very good reason for a lecturer to consider giving you a makeup test. And it's always very important that you communicate with the lecturer and you inform them the reason why you missed this test. You get permission. Because you are even allowed to get leave. If maybe there's a pending issue somewhere that you need to attend to, at a university we do give leave for a few days. You can get leave, and during that leave, if you miss a test, the lecturer can give you a makeup test. Does the grading of passing that applies to those doing medicine also apply for those doing engineering? Okay, so someone wants to know if the grading applies to, the same grading applies for medicine and engineering. Yeah, the grading system is the same. Our grading system is basically the same for all programs. So those doing medicine, those doing engineering, the grading system is just the same. So everyone is expected to put in extra effort in order for them to complete their program. Then when we complete natural sciences, and clear, can a student move from pre-medicine to computer science course? Yes, very much so. Pre-medicine, or rather natural sciences, if maybe you started with pre-medicine and you feel at the end of the natural sciences you want to move into computer science or into agriculture, you are very much allowed to do so, because basically natural sciences are the same. So you're allowed to move into any other natural science related program. We won't refuse you to change at the end of the year. Then what points make you fail? Cutoff points for medicine. The cutoff point for medicine differs. It depends on how students have performed in that particular year. We don't have the cutoff point will always be, like for this year it's been 11.5. But for next year, depending on the pass rate, if there's a high pass rate, we may take the cutoff point might be higher. It could move to 15 from 11.5, or depending on the pass rate, it could move to 10, so that we're able to capture more students. Then, is environmental studies under NS? Yes, environmental studies is under NS. Maybe let me just give a brief explanation on this one. All programs in the School of Science, Engineering and Technology are science-based, they're all natural sciences. Then all programs in the School of Agriculture and Natural Resources are science-based, apart from Bachelor of Agriculture Business Management. The rest of the programs are all science-based. Then you can also switch to engineering from pre-med. Yes, you can switch from engineering to pre-med. Is there a maximum number of students picked in medicine? Usually, medicine is very competitive. We don't pick more than 200 students. I think this year we've got the highest number ever. I think we've picked about 176, which has been our highest number so far. Last year, I think we picked 160. So all those students in doing MBCHB are actually fighting for very, very few slots. So that's why I was encouraging everyone to take this learning as serious as possible. From the very first day, ensure that you attend classes, ensure that you do your assignments, you do the quizzes, you do the tests, because that will make 40% of your exam. You know, university is very easy to pass. Imagine at secondary, we only had one exam. But at university, you are allowed, you've got 40%, which you can work on. If you work very hard from the onset, you can do very, very well. I mean, these 40 marks are almost as good as free marks. These come from assignments, they come from quizzes that you'll be doing throughout the semester. And then the final exam will be out of 40. So please stay focused. Ensure that you get very, very good CAs, like I mentioned. Ensure that you score above 20. The CA is out of 40. So ensure that you score above 20. Score above 25, if possible 30. You fight for very few marks in the final exams. Then let me look at some of the questions there. What if you get, I'm trying to, please explain career courses. Josie Mwale wants to know what career courses are. So career courses are like you're starting now. Whatever courses you will fail to clear this semester will be career courses. Those are courses that you'll be able to take in your second year, first semester. So you're allowed to take a maximum of 6 courses. The normal load of courses is 5. for those who are clearing and progressing smoothly, the normal load is 5. But if you have a carry course, you fail a certain course in a semester, like in the first semester, when you proceed to the next academic year, in the first semester again, you'll be required to carry that course, the course that you failed in the first semester. So those are what we call carry courses. So ensure you don't have any carry courses. What are the grades required for you to go to School of Medicine? I think on this one, Harrington, I think on this one I explained, I said we don't have a grade that we say this is the actual grade. It depends on the pass rate for that year. The grades differ for each year. What courses are in the School of Medicine? The courses in the, I don't know what you mean by in the School of Medicine. Or are you talking about the programs in the School of Medicine? If it's the program in the School of Medicine, we have medicine and surgery and Bachelor of Nursing. So at the moment, those are the only 2. But then we've got 2 other programs in the pipeline. We've got the Bachelor of Pharmacy and the Bachelor of Biomedical Sciences. Then, what points make you fail and not progress? Is it below the 11.5 or there's something lower? I mean in general. I think we've covered the issue of points. The points are determined by the pass rate. How do you check timetable for pre-medicine? I think the timetable for pre-medicine is appearing as natural sciences. Am I correct, Mr. Boss?
Yes.
It's appearing as natural sciences. All those doing pre-med can check the timetable for natural sciences. If you don't manage the points for, explain more on, I can't see exactly. I'm trying to get some of the questions here. Please, madam, help our brothers and sisters in medicine. This thing of repeating all courses when you fail one will lead someone to the rope, suicide. Mazuva, medicine is a very sensitive program. So I think the reason why they have such regulations is to ensure that the students who eventually graduate are really up for it. So you just have to work extra hard to make sure that you don't have any repeat course, because a repeat course will make you repeat the whole semester, including the courses you passed. So unfortunately, there's nothing much we can do about that. That's the way it is in the medical field, I think almost everywhere in Zambia at the moment, because you're talking of a human life. So if you have to deal with a human life, you really have to work very hard. What do the points add up to? Tehila, I don't understand your question. Business courses as well. We talk about business courses. Chris? Okay, the regulations for business, social science, and agriculture are all similar. I focused on medicine because it's got different regulations. The progression rules are totally different. But for these other schools, the School of Business, Social Science, Agriculture, School of Science, Engineering and Technology, the progression rules are just the same. And let me see if I have something here. And for them, you progress as long as you've passed at least a minimum of 3 courses. You're able to progress to the next semester. So please ensure that out of the 5 courses that you're taking, you pass at least even a minimum of 3 for you to progress to the next semester. Then for those who feel, we also have what we call the, you can withdraw from the institution with permission. A student is allowed to withdraw with permission if you feel at a certain point that you are not ready to continue for a particular reason. Maybe it's financial, or you feel you are not well enough to continue in this particular semester. You are free to write to the dean and request for withdrawal with permission. You can withdraw from school for a semester, and when you withdraw for a semester, you can even withdraw for 1 or 2 years, but you can still come back. You can write back to the dean and request the dean if you can come back and continue from where you left off. This is very possible. So you can withdraw and still come back and proceed from where you left off. Then the grading system is fair. Yes, it's a very fair system, Ethel. It's a very, very fair system. I think I'll actually share this with you. We'll post something so that you guys know from the onset what is expected of you, so that for those who want to score, to move out with A+ or A's, they know exactly how much effort they have to put in. So I'll make sure we post these academic regulations on our website so that you're able to follow them up and ensure that you at least set a grade for yourself, looking at our grading system. Question about writing a quiz next week, and some of us are waiting for. I've seen a question on Kalumba. Mr. Rowan, can you help me? I can't see it properly. Kalumba Kingston. Okay. Yeah. So Christopher Welpe. I'd seen something from Kalumba.
If my registration status says approved, does that mean my courses are registered?
Okay, if your registration status says approved, it means your courses are registered, yes.
As long as your courses appear on your...
Are you able to log onto Moodle? As long as you're able to log onto Moodle and you're seeing those courses, on Eduro, sorry, your courses are approved. Okay, so Kayombo Samuel is saying A+ is 2.5 points, B+ is 1.5. Now what do these points add up to? Okay, so what happens is, like in the first semester, for those in other programs, you take 5 courses. For those in natural sciences, you take 4 courses. So these points will determine, like especially for those doing medicine, they'll determine whether you can proceed to School of Medicine or not. So if you're just getting C, it means you won't get any points because C is a 0. But for someone getting A's, it means they're getting 2 points for each course. And those points that they're getting will help them go to possibly the School of Medicine. Or if they want to do maybe by next year, hopefully, if we have pharmacy and biomed, they'll be able to move into such programs based on the points that you get.
So pharmacy may be introduced next year?
Pharmacy may be introduced next year. In fact, it's in the pipeline. The challenge has been due to COVID, the equipment that was ordered has not come through yet. So we are hoping by next year, things will have improved and we'll be able to offer pharmacy and also offer biomedical sciences. So this one is saying, if my registration status says approved, does that mean my courses are registered? Yes, your courses are registered, Christopher Welpe.
Sounds like when I'm all this we have repeated on it.
Mm-hmm. Oh, you want me to talk about the grading system?
Please repeat about the grades.
Okay, so Harrington is asking me to repeat the grading. I think I can slowly take you through that, so that you prepare yourself adequately. I'm sure Harrington wants to get A's. So our grading system is as follows. I think I can take you through that again. For one to score A+, they have to score 86% and above. That's a distinction. Then A, you need to score 76 to 85%. That's another distinction. Then B+, you need to score 66 and 75, which is a merit. Then B, you need to score 60 and 65, which is a credit. Then for C+, you need to score between 55 and 59, which is a mere clear pass. Then C, you need to score between 50 and 54, which is just a bare pass. So that's our grading system. But like I said, we're going to make this information available on our website so that you're able to follow through on your own. Then
This helped me. Wrong courses were appearing on my accounts, but helped and they were deleted. Now I'm failing to register my
actual courses. I'm under School of Nursing. What I would love to know what courses are appearing. Under School of Nursing, it's natural sciences. So it's basically supposed to be 4 courses. Warrison Masha. So under School of Nursing, it's supposed to be natural science courses. So only 4, mathematics, biology, physics, and chemistry are supposed to appear. So now you're saying your courses were deleted, and now you're failing to register. You can't register on your own. Please call academic office. I think a number has been provided. There are 3 numbers, I think, which were provided on the memo. Please call any of those numbers for your registration if you're having challenges. Then someone is talking about quiz.
This is also replying, Victoria is also replying.
I don't know for someone. So if you fail one course in medicine, take a repeat course. But fail one course in a different department, once the kind of course.
So if you fail, okay, this is Kayombo. He's asking if you fail one course in medicine. Oh, I can't see it. It's past now. Do you make points every semester? Yes. Josie Mwale, yes, you make points every semester. Then I can't see the timetable. Do we make points every semester? Yes, Josie, you make points every semester. Do we provide extra lessons? No, we don't provide extra lessons, but we do have what we call tutorials. They're not extra lessons, they are provided by some lecturers here who they'll help you with tutorials where you don't understand. They can explain further. Why do we have assignments if we have not learned anything? Maria Katongo Mutale. I'm not sure. You've been given assignments already? I'm not sure if anyone has been given, because classes haven't started yet. Assignments are normally given after classes commence. So I think just wait. If you've seen assignments on Moodle, they've possibly got dates on when you're supposed to take them, not now. You haven't yet started your classes, so I'm pretty sure the lecturers will take you through the lessons first before you can actually be given assignments. Our courses, same as subjects. Yes, at university we call them courses. They're the same as subjects. So if you fail one course, I can't see, they're moving fast. Grades keep going higher every semester.
What's the limit of courses you can carry?
What's the limit of courses you can carry? You can only carry 1 extra course in a semester. Like I said, the maximum courses you can take in a semester is 6. You can't take more than that, and the normal load is 5. So the only 1 extra course that you can only take 1 extra course. So the maximum courses you can take is just 6. You finished?
Yeah.
How are these points? What are tutorial groups? I think you've been added. All those doing natural sciences will be added to tutorial groups. You'll learn through your tutorial groups.
You created some WhatsApp groups?
I think they've been created by SET. They're still creating because we're still registering.
Okay.
So you'll be added to tutorial groups. All those doing natural sciences will be added to tutorial groups. The tutorial groups are being created. I'm told some are filling up and they're creating more. So as students register, you'll be added to groups. You want to drop one, someone wants to drop a subject in medicine. No, you can't drop a course. If you drop a course in the first semester, it means you will not even proceed to the School of Medicine. For you to proceed to the School of Medicine, you need to clear all the courses in the first year. meaning you have to pass all the 9 courses, the 4 courses in the first semester and the 5 courses in the second semester for you to make it to School of Medicine. So you can't drop a course. Then Tehila, do you give awards to students who perform very well? Definitely, Tehila, we do. We do give awards to students who perform very well. In fact, on graduation, for those who graduate with distinctions, with merit, some of those are actually offered, they're taken on by the university as SDFs, meaning Staff Development Fellow. So if you work very, very well, you can even work for the university afterwards. If you graduate with a distinction. I can give a good example of Victoria. I'm sure you know Victoria. She was here earlier. Yeah, Victoria is one of our students. She used to be one of our students. She graduated with a distinction in computer science. And the university took her on as a staff development fellow and sent her to study, where she attained her master's degree, and now she's a lecturer. So yes, we do give awards. The issue of labs, I've seen someone is asking on how labs will be conducted. I think tomorrow the schools will meet you and they'll be able to explain further on what strategies are in place for labs. Then some of us can't register, but we paid 50% tuition fees. Okay, Oscar Piri, if you're failing to register, but you paid your fees, I think I've provided a number where you can send your deposit slips. 0973, I think I'll repeat the number, 0973 461 005. That's the account number. Please send your deposit slip. Even if the phone is off, just take a picture of your slip and forward it to that line. Okay, she's able to explain. Victoria is explaining there.
It's kind of different though. It's not entirely that way, because if you want to fill one course there, you have to retake the entire.
You have to retake the entire semester.
That's not the same in other programs.
It's not the same in other programs. In other programs, if you fail one course, you still proceed.
Yeah.
You carry it.
If you fail
One course, you repeat the 6 courses you passed in.
You have to repeat everything. But during pre-med, that is not.
No, that is not applicable in pre-med. Okay, so maybe let me explain a bit more. During pre-med, if you fail one course, you are not required to repeat the entire semester. It's when you proceed to School of Medicine.
In Livingston.
Yeah, in Livingston. That's when you're required to repeat the whole semester. You fail one course, you repeat the whole semester. Then Muya Kilambe saying you're in a program that you didn't apply for. How can I change? Kilambe, please contact admissions office. I think 3 numbers were provided. Call any of those numbers for them to change the program. I think some of these questions are directed at Victoria. Then what is registration fee? Us waiting for student loans. Caleb Lungu. For those students waiting for the list for student loans, the thing is, I think let me explain a bit. Quite a good number apply for these loans. Quite a good number of students apply. So like last year, we got a maximum of about 300 students offered loans for this university. So possibly even this year, it could be the same number. So I think there's really no guarantee that everyone who's waiting will be given a loan. So like I said earlier, I would like to encourage people, those who've got money, this madam is scary, those who've got money can just go and pay 50%. Pay 50% and start learning rather than waiting for the loans board, because you don't know if you're on the list or not. Because there are thousands of people who applied for those same loans, and usually they only give to 300 students. Since you said us doing environmental studies are under NS, yes, those doing environmental studies are under NS. So when they register, 4 courses are supposed to appear: biology, physics, chemistry, and mathematics. Okay, so Walusungu is asking, Madam, since you said us doing environmental studies are under NS, does the NS timetable apply to us? Because the best first year timetable doesn't appear. Yes, you can use the NS timetable. But I'll look into the issue of your timetable for environmental studies. But for now, please use the natural science timetable. Have you been, Walusungu? I hope you've been added to some tutorial groups as well, those doing environmental studies. Then, where do we watch the lectures? Okay, so lectures will be conducted in different forms. Some will be done on Zoom, others will be done using Big Blue Button. I think lecturers will be able to advise. What I know is that before the end of the week, I'm sure some links will be sent to you and you'll be added to some WhatsApp groups, because it will be easier for lecturers to communicate with you through such groups. So I think just hang in there. Before the end of the week, possibly even by tomorrow, links will be shared to you, and you can add. You can join WhatsApp groups according to your programs. Okay, Michelle S. Nalwimba. Michelle, please get in touch with admissions office for change of courses. I've seen some wrong courses are appearing. Get in touch with academic office. Then Monga Francis, you haven't been added to any group. I think just give it by Thursday. I'm sure most of you will be added to groups. Then Moses. Okay, Monga Francis, just wait. I think groups will be shared and you'll be added. No, I'm not one of the lecturers in NS, but I'm Mrs. Kakusa. I think I signed your letter for admission.
Equally important.
Equally important. I signed your letters. Then Henry Mwape. What about us doing Bachelor of Science in Nursing? You're also in Natural Sciences. Those doing Bachelor of Science in Nursing are also in Natural Sciences. So if your timetable is not showing as nursing there, just join the Natural Sciences timetable. What are the abbreviations for Agriculture Engineering? BSc AE. That's the abbreviation for Agriculture Engineering. Then I think we've shared something. I think I shared something with Victoria earlier, and I think she's possibly posted it somewhere, has she? The abbreviations for, so abbreviations for programs have been shared.
No, I think we haven't.
Oh, okay. They'll be shared before the end of the day, so that in case you feel you're somehow lost, you can check the abbreviations and you can know where you belong. Then does repeating semesters also apply to business courses? No, Joy. If you're in the School of Business, Social Science, or SET or Agriculture, repeating of the whole semester does not apply. It applies to those doing medicine only, but not even in their pre-med, not in the first year, but when they proceed to Livingston in their first year of School of Medicine. And then I've seen Walusungu is saying they have been added to WhatsApp groups. That's good, Walusungu. Are there school trips out of town? Yes, of course. Students are taken. Sometimes you have to have some experience, industrial experience. So you do move sometimes. Yes, Natural Sciences have tutorial groups. Tinashe, I've seen that. So you'll be added to a tutorial group. should you still apply for accommodation for this semester? Mr. Chipulu, I think Mr. Chipulu or the Dean of Students will cover that area on accommodation.
Yeah, not clean, and maybe at the end of the semester when they provide us.
Is it necessary to sign up for Zoom? Yes, it is very necessary to sign up for Zoom. Do so as quickly as you can. Please sign up for Zoom before classes can start, so that those lectures are offered on Zoom, you'll be able to attend them without challenges. You registered Moses. It's showing 11 courses on the course overview. Get in touch with academic, Moses Mukupo. Get in touch with academic office so that we get in touch with the school and request them to change, to remove the unnecessary courses. For those who are yet to be added to groups, I think just hang in there. You'll be added, I'm sure, before the end of the week. How many points should one make into the School of Medicine? Sampaka Sonde. This is Frank Mobiana. Frank, the points differ. It depends on the pass rate for that particular year. So the points that are applicable this year may not be applicable next year, depending on the pass rate. But what I would, like I think I've already mentioned this, just work hard. So that whatever points it will be next year, you just make it. Even if it's 15 points, you'll be there on the list. So the secret is just to work hard. When are you likely to report for face-to-face learning? I think this one is beyond us. We have to wait on government directives. We shall communicate as time goes.
What is the number of the academic office?
The number for academic office, I think it's on the memo. The numbers were shared. There are 3 numbers. They were shared earlier. They're on the memorandum that was shared on our website. So right now my line is off because I'm here, but there are 2 other lines. My colleagues are able to help you on those other lines. Okay, so some numbers have been provided. There's ICT. You can contact ICT on 0969. I think the numbers have been shared online. You're able to see the numbers?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see the numbers online. Then, but you guys said 1. We're lost.
No, you're still online. Just wait for it to load the chat.
Okay. Then, so it's possible that we can report this semester, or we should have to. Okay, I know you guys are looking forward to reporting to this beautiful university. We are also looking forward to having you here, but we are waiting on government directives. Immediately it's clear, I think we shall communicate and you guys can report. We look forward to having you here. It's a very, very beautiful place. Is it possible for someone to study accounts and finance if they never took accounts in high school? Yes, Tehila Banda, it is possible. You can study accounting and finance even if you didn't take accounts in high school. What are the average points for medical students? I can't give particular points, but like I said, it all depends on the pass rate for that particular year. So if the pass rate is very high, the minimum points will also be high. Mukosha, get in touch with academic office for registration. You're saying you still can't register your courses. Can we apply in advance for accommodation? I think issues on accommodation will be, answered by Mr. Chipulu. Helen Kapasa, if you still can't register, please get in touch with academic office. Okay, Namakando. I shall pass through accounts office immediately I walk out of here just to ensure that your payments are being handled? When do we start to do ethics? Ethics and sustainability, I think it's a second semester course for those doing natural sciences, but for those other programs, they'll take it in this semester. Then for law programs, legal processes module is missing. Dyson, don't worry, all those that information will be provided. I'm sure the lecturer will provide you with the notes. When you get good points, is there a possibility of changing from, okay, it's moving too fast. Any information on purchasing and supply? Purchasing and supply is under School of Business Studies. It's similar to any other business program or any other social science program. You don't have to repeat all the courses when you fail one course in a semester. That's the difference with medical related programs. Victoria Chama should share the link. Yes. Yes, Oscar Piri, I'll do that. Immediately I leave this place, I'm going to ensure that your payments are verified. What's your question, Margaret? She's saying, please answer my question.
Let's see if we can find it.
Can we find it, please? Margaret, we're looking for your question, Margaret Zulu.
What if your registration form has a different program for admission? You're comfortable with registration?
What if your registration form has a different program from your admission and you're comfortable with the registration program? Is it okay? It's okay, Margaret, but just get in touch with us so that we can change your admission later as well to the program that you're comfortable with. Please get in touch with the academic office. I think the details have been shared.
I'll share the phone numbers again.
Yeah, then the numbers will be shared again. Then how do we operate on Zoom? Twambo is asking on how they can operate on Zoom. I think I'll request Victoria to possibly, I think maybe this is one area we could have overlooked. I'll request the ICT manager, Mr. Rowan Vos, to assist you on how you can go about accessing Zoom.
I think she did go through it.
Though I'm told Victoria actually did go through on how it did take you through how you can access Zoom. Is the video still available?
Yeah, they can go back and view yesterday's video or even this morning's video at any time they want to.
Okay, so you can easily go back and view the videos. I'm told Victoria took you through.
They're on the same channel, so they can just go to the channel and they can.
Yeah, okay. So you can view the videos on how you can access Zoom. It's like they missed the lessons. Which lessons?
Which she told us yesterday.
Madam, attend to my question as well of credit appearing when I'm a first year. Those issues are being handled by accounts. I'm sure quite a good number of you have different balances showing. Some of those balances are not true, are not a true reflection of how much you've paid. So please just hang in there. I think accounts are working on that. I'm told they haven't officially billed you, so the correct information will start appearing on your balances as soon as possible. The academic line is off because I'm here. Oscar Piri. Abraham Njovu, you've asked more than 15 questions and none have been answered. That's worrying, Abraham. We'll look through your questions.
Maybe Post the question again.
Post the question again, Abraham. Then, okay, for those with incorrect balances reflecting on their accounts, I think those will be handled. Don't worry about them for now. As long as you've managed to register, I think don't pay any attention to those balances. Agriculture engineering is under which program? Agriculture engineering is under School of Engineering, School of Science, Engineering and Technology. I'm not a lecturer, Matengo. Do you usually receive a lot of students? I can see in NS. How many course subjects are in the NS? There are 4 courses in natural sciences: mathematics, biology, physics, and chemistry. Any groups for business courses? The groups for business courses will be provided. You'll be added to WhatsApp groups. All programs will have groups. All programs, regardless of the school, whether School of Social Sciences, School of Business, there will be groups which will be added to ease communication. Are the school tablets compulsory for us to purchase? No, Josie Mwale, they are not compulsory. It's those who would like to purchase the tablets are free to do so. Those who don't, who possibly don't want to purchase them now, are also free not to do so. Do you usually receive a lot of students in accounting and finance? Yes, we do. Moses Tembo, yes, we do have a good number of students in accounting and finance. Then there's a test posted in the Bachelor of Laws. Should we do it or wait? Classes haven't yet started, so I'm pretty sure that test is not meant for you. There could be some odd material appearing on your Moodle. Some of that material was meant for distance students. So if there's possibly a test appearing there, maybe it's not meant for you. So I don't think you should attempt any test yet because you haven't even started your classes yet. So classes will start. Immediately the classes start, I'm sure you'll be told when tests will be offered, when assignments will be given, as well as quizzes. Then where are these groups appearing? The groups are even appearing on the timetable. I think I saw something like that.
The group, she explained it this morning.
She explained?
Based on last name.
So you're being added to groups based on your last names, okay? So I'm sure those with last names starting with A's or possibly B, those are in group A or something. Mukosha, please, Mukosha is failing to register his courses. Mr. Rowan Voss, have you seen that?
Yes, you can comment your student number.
Mr. Mukosha, you can forward your student number to Mr. Voss. I think he's provided the number. Forward it through WhatsApp for him to help you with registration. The lecturer said you must do assignments in political sciences. Okay, on that one I'm not very sure, Maria. Do we have a lot of students in human resource management? Yes, reasonably good number in human resource. Madam, I think. Okay, so you want to know if you get in school when Corona stabilizes. I think we'll communicate. We'll keep communicating as time goes. We'll be able to communicate with you on when you can report, if at all it will be possible this semester. If it won't be possible this semester, let's keep praying for next semester so that at least everyone reports here. it was really our prayer that all of you, at least the first years, should have been able to report to have a feel of the university. But unfortunately, due to regulations, we couldn't do that. But I'm pretty sure we'll be able to communicate on any new changes. How do I pay for registration? You can pay for registration using Billmaster, just the same way you pay for your fees. You can pay for registration using Zanaco, Billmaster, FNB, any of those accounts, any of those banks.
Let me just show them the payment options. So I've just put them on the screen.
Okay, so Mr. Rowan Voss will share with us the payment options. I think they'll be put on the screen so that you know that you can pay using any of those options.
So they're currently there.
Oh, okay.
Use a macro, Autosmara, etc.
Okay. Indo-Zambia as well?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the Mr. Rowan is sharing the bank details. You can use any of those payment methods. I think they've been shared on the wall for those who want to make payments. Please
make sure you upload your receipt if you're using a manual payment option so that the accounts can deal with it as soon as possible.
Okay, so he's just reminding you to ensure that you upload your payment receipts so that accounts can upload them as soon as possible. For those having challenges with registration, I think ensure that you register your deposit, you upload your slips.
Yes. Let me pull up the chat again.
Okay, then when will the other programs open? Dyson, I don't know what you mean by when will the other programs open. All the programs have opened. We started on Monday, we opened on the 31st. All programs have opened right now. Is the registration fee included in the 50%? Yes. You need to pay 50% of registration and 50% of tuition. So registration fee is included. Is agriculture engineering part of NS? Yes, it is. Mr. Rowan is not responding on WhatsApp. Mr. Rowan is busy trying to resolve a lot of ICT related issues. So if you've sent him something to his WhatsApp, he's attending to it. How many students have been accepted under pre-med?
And don't send me receipts, send them to accounts.
Mr. Rowan is saying don't send him receipts, instead send the receipts to accounts. He's just shared the account number with you. All those having challenges with payments, please send the receipts to those numbers, to the account number.
On WhatsApp.
On WhatsApp. Even if their number is off, just take a picture and send the receipts to accounts. Madam, answer me, please. Regina, what haven't I answered?
We can't answer everyone's questions. Here for the rest of the day.
Moses, you need to apply for accommodation again next semester, yes. Accounts does not respond. It's because if you send the information to their WhatsApp, they're busy working on your slips, on the slips that you've sent to WhatsApp. So please don't call them, just take a picture and send a WhatsApp. Moses Tembo, even if your accommodation has been confirmed for this semester, yes, you will need to apply again next semester when we open the system. David Banda, when are classes starting? David, classes are likely to start on Friday. I think Friday most classes should start. If they don't, I'm sure most of them will be on Monday.
I think we're good. We can keep answering questions.
The account number is showing on WhatsApp. It's on WhatsApp, isn't it, Mr. Rowan?
Yeah.
Yes. The information on bursaries, we'll be able to communicate as soon as possible. But like I said, The loans board have informed us that the list might be available on Friday. If not Friday, somewhere next week. So we'll be able to give you information as days go. I think we'll be giving you updates. We'll give you an update by Friday. If there'll be nothing, then we'll let you know by next week. Okay, I think I'll attend to some of those questions as time goes, but for now, I think I need to attend to your registration because my phone is off. My phone is off because I'm here. So let me get back to my office. I attend to those having challenges with registration. Thank you for attending, guys. We'll continue meeting.
You can just talk about tomorrow's program. The deans, I've talked to all the deans. They'll be here starting at 9, well, and they'll be intervaling 30 minutes each. I put the times on the screens so the students can now see the times as well. But you can just talk about it.
Much more program, so let the students know.
Yeah. Go ahead, see it. You can just talk to them.
Well, you can still go ahead.
Go ahead, you're live.
So we want to commend you for having been in attendance. Thank you so much. I'm sure now you are seeing that you are a family member now of the Rare University, and you are a rare, powerful student. I'm sure you've known much in our discussions today. A number of points have been highlighted. So congratulations once again. I'm sure you can see that you have a lot of work to do, but at least you have the basic information about being a student. I'm sure someone says what a CA is, you can explain. That is a continuous assessment formed by assignments and tests, inclusive of quizzes. So that is what now you are aware of. So tomorrow's program will still be in form of academic talks because the Dean of Schools, the Dean of School of Business, with his members of staff, a few would want to come and talk to you. Maybe we'll give them a 30 minutes interval each because there are a number of schools. About 7 schools there. So School of Education, they'll talk to you as well. School of Social Sciences, they'll talk to you. I'm sure we have a number of students in the School of Science, Engineering and Technology because this is more of science related. It's science related actually. So if you have a science program, you'll start with these basic courses. Then there will be School of Agriculture and Natural Sciences, and then School of Medicine and Health Sciences. I'm sure they will be connected from Livingstone or just someone to represent the school will be found if the Livingstone people would not be connected. So being a student, I'm sure you'll be in attendance. Those that have missed, you can inform them as you chat. Of course, Madam Chama will be around even in the morning. We encourage her to come in the morning so that in terms of their gaps, she can still highlight on the ICT training. You remember she pointed out what you are going to cover tomorrow, like what maybe you scan, how do you scan the written assignment, how do you post, so she'll be here, so that at least you have all the necessary backgrounds information to your education. So I'm sure you agree that it has been a wonderful day as well. We've benefited a lot. We started with the anti-drug alcohol abuse presentation, where we had an officer from the Drug Enforcement Commission Madam Cleopatra, reminded us of not engaging in such negative vices because your education is at a high cost. You are paying a lot of money, so it's better, even if you are at home, you need to concentrate much. I'm sure you can see, though, in the COVID period, people are busy somewhere, maybe busy with the alcohol, drinking. So as a student, you might feel you are missing, but now, since you are enrolled now, maybe avoid such vices. The Chief Security Officer, Mr. Lungu, was here. He touched on gender-based violence. It's important also, you should be aware of this because it's a cross-cutting issue. And so mostly the vulnerable groups are the female who may be taken advantage of the male. But Zambia being a Christian nation, everyone is important. So do not take advantage of a weaker side. Of course, it can be vice versa. And the gender-based violence is in various forms. As a student, you can Google and read more on that. On health issues, we may touch them on the reproductive health system, HIV/AIDS tomorrow, if we have time in the afternoon. Some officers will be here. Of course, we have a clinic, community clinic, which caters for the surrounding community. And because it's within the university premises, the students are able to access the health services from this community clinic. But we have staff who would come and maybe talk to you just briefly, the common cases that normally they attend to. Of course, we are supposed to do the medicals with the clinic here, but I'm sure by the time you will be coming, the information will be forwarded as how you are going to conduct the medicals. You have to pay a fee of 100 kwacha, fill up the form, and then go to the clinic. Normally, because of numbers, students are sent in groups. Once you're examined, find fit and fit, you'll be taught. So I'm sure we'll have a privilege to listen to some of the officers from the health department tomorrow. Then we had the ICT training from Madam Chama. We benefited. So we look forward to tomorrow's program as well. Be in attendance, and we want to thank you for being a good student, a good, rare student. And we want to thank parents for allowing you to attend this orientation, and the sponsors. Without COVID, you are all going to be here, but because of the circumstances beyond the control of society, we thought whether COVID or not, since there's technology, lectures could go on. And that is a plus because you won't be static at the same point. You are waiting to come to school, but you can't report. But now you will be able, you have the privilege to proceed to the second semester and then the second year. So you want to be static, and that's the beauty of being in a rare university. At least you can project in 4 years you should be completing, or 6 years if you would be doing medicine, 5 years if you would be doing engineering courses, you should be done and then join society as a worker, a productive worker, because Zambia needs you, Africa needs you, the world globally needs you. So we look forward to your hard work. You can attain your degree regardless of the challenges that we have, the circumstances that we have. So once again, thank you so much. And we want to thank our ICT manager, Mr. Vosa. We are really humbled for the wonderful job. So looking forward to meeting you tomorrow. Be in attendance in good number at 9 hours because the deans and their staff from various schools will be here. Have a wonderful day and enjoy your powerful supper. Thank you very much.